Moment. Okay, good morning. Welcome everyone here. I declare the council meeting CO 26/7 open and welcome everyone present. Please note that this meeting is being live streamed and the consequences of that. I'm going to ask Chris Napier to open with our karakia.
Kei noi tātou. E ara tamanui e tū ki te pai mānuka, e rere tamanui e tau ki te whare tīrara, hirihiri te kūkune, hirihiri te pūpuke, hirihiri te mahara, hirihiri te wānanga, e rere te pūkenga, tau ki uta, tau ki tawhiti, tau te Māori, haumie, huie, tā ki e. Ka tū ana au ki runga o pūwhenua, ka huri te titiro ki Waikato, awa, ki te maunga o taupiri, ki reira tō tātou ariki nui, a kuini ngā waihono i te pō e noho ana. A kua nei, ka tae mai ia ki roto o tauranga moana, ki tū te reinga marae, o te kaupapa, o te paukai, nō reira kei tō tātou ariki nui, te whare o te kāhui ariki tonu, tēnei ka mihi, rire, haupai mārire. Ka huri ngā whakaro ki a rātou kua wehe atu i te tirohanga kanohi, ngā huhua mate kei wānga i a tātou, no tēnā marae, no tēnā hapu, no tēnā iwi, otira no tātou katoa, rātou kua mau nei i te pū o mahara, tēnei katangi, oki atu. Oki mai ki a tātou ngā waihotanga o rātou mā, kei te whare tēnā koutou. Kei te mana kei roto i te whare tēnei ka mihi. Ki ngā ihu o ngā iwi kua tae, tēnā koutou, kei ngā koromatua tēnā kōrua. Tai atu rā ki o koutou, kai kaunihira, tēnei a ngai tamarā waho, aha kua ko taku tūranga kei roto i te kaunihira, anei te reo o te hapū, o tauranga moana whānui, e mihi atu nei, hara mai ki raro i te tuanui o tēnei whare e tuake, i rongi i te whakahirahiratanga o te kaupapa, kei mua i te aroaro, tēnei ka mihi, kia pai te haere o te hui, me ngā kōrero kei roto no reira tēnā koutou, kia ora mai tātou katoa.
Kia. Thank you, Chris. So, for the sake of our guests today, please take note of the fire exits at the back of the room, and in the event of emergency, please follow the instructions of staff. Toilets can be located in the foyer back over that way, which you have passed on your way in this morning. For all councillors, you'll need to use your microphones today so we can get the recording for the live stream. And to turn those on, press the button on the right-hand side and the red light will come on when you're live. I know we have a full house today, certainly for our councillors, so no apologies. I'm not aware of any late items. Does anyone have a declaration of interest? No? There are no items to be transferred from public excluded. And before I adjourn to allow TCC to begin their meeting, I just want to acknowledge Mayor Mahi Drysdale and the Tauranga City Council and to welcome both councils as we meet here today to consider the future of water services for our sub-region. The due diligence phase has required openness, goodwill and a genuine commitment to working together in the interests of our communities. I want to acknowledge the work of the joint working group made up of elected members from both councils, supported by staff and working alongside Tangata Whenua to consider some of the more detailed aspects of the process of how we might come together. I want to acknowledge the members of that group for the time, care and collaboration they brought to this work. And I want to especially thank Councillor Roseboom, who has led the TCC working group, and Shad Rolleston and Hakopa Tapiata, who have led Tangata Whenua. And also Lyle Thurston, who has chaired the meetings with dedication, a gentle touch and some considerable patience. So with that, I'm going to adjourn the Western Bay of Plenty District Council meeting and hand over to Mayor Mahi.
Kia ora and good morning everyone and welcome to the council meeting of Thursday the 2nd of April 2026. As James has outlined, there's a few health and safety, and he's done a lot of the admin. This is a unique occasion where we're running 2 council meetings in parallel. I thank James and the councillors for hosting us here at Western Bay of Plenty District Council, and I hope that the outcome of this meeting will mean that we work collaboratively a lot more together, and that's why we're here today. Just want to be aware that this is being live streamed, and this meeting will be available on YouTube. And today's meeting will run slightly differently because we're running 2 meetings in parallel. So there will be a number of adjournments as different parts of the meeting. So we're going to have a very quick meeting until we adjourn, and then we'll hand over to Western Bay to run us through the public forum, and then we'll come back and just allow any councillors are allowed to ask questions during the Western Bay's part of the meeting that is being taken in that public forum. As James has said, just please be aware to use the right hand button on your microphone if you want to speak. Slightly different to what we do at our council. I'm aware we've already had a karakia from Western Bay, but I would like to hand over to Councillor Rolleston to give us an opening karakia for our meeting. Thank you.
Yep. Ka te kia ora tātou. Ki mua e te karakia, hei te mihi ki a koe, e te rangatira a Chris, mō tō mihi whakatau, mō tō karakia te whakatūwhera. Nō reire te rangatira tēnā kōtau, te whānau ko taimai nei, tēnei te mihi poto ki a koutou, te whānau o te motu o Matakana, nui te mihi ki a koutou, me nā mema o te hapori ko taimai nei, tēnā tātou. He honore ki te whakatūwhera, tēnei hui he karakia. Kia noi tātou. Tui runga, tui raro, tui roto, tui waho, tui te tangata, karongo te a, karongo te pō, nau mai te ihi, te wahi, te mana te tapu, paupau ki roto ki a mātou mō tēnei ata. Koi ara e rongo whakiriraki ki runga, turuturu whakamaua ki a tīna. Aumi e hui e, tai.
Thank you, Councillor Rolleston, for that opening karakia. Acknowledge we've got a full contingent, so thank you very much. There is... Oh yeah. No, I thank you for all being here today. So we have no apologies, and I'd just like to acknowledge that this decision has been over a year in the planning, and we went out for consultation around this time last year, where the preferred option was a multi-council CCO with Western Bay District Council. Very much acknowledge the Mayor and the working group from Thames Coromandel. We have worked alongside them, and obviously there's still hopefully an opportunity to look to possible further additions to a multi-council CCO if that is the way that the decision goes today. Over that year, there's been a lot of hard work being put in, and just want to acknowledge all the staff from all the 3 councils that have been involved in that. Also want to acknowledge the working group that have put in a lot of hard yards over the past 4 months, and that has been a good partnership, and obviously our leader of that being Councillor Rosenboom. So it's fantastic. Thank you for all the hard work, but also the other members in Councillor Schuler, Councillor Crowther, and Councillor Baker. I think Councillor Rolleston made a few little appearances there as well. So thank you very much for your work on that. Thank you also to our iwi representatives who, again, really showed what can be achieved through partnership, and also, that hard work that they really got organised and probably showed us up around, how to be together and working together early on. So really acknowledge, there's a lot of hours and a lot of hard work that's gone on. Want to acknowledge last week, both councils considered this, and the outcome of the due diligence was that there aren't any significant issues that would impair continuing on the pathway that we had. And so, that sort of forms the basis for this meeting. I do note there was a lot of discussion around the cross-boundary issues. I just want to assure Western Bay District Council that there is resolutions that we have on the table. We do want to sort those out. We do want to work in good faith around dealing with those and finding a way forward together. But that does not in any way impact our commitment or the startup of a waters organisation. It is a completely separate issue, but there are potential ramifications if we haven't come to an agreement around the way we structure to protect our ratepayers and to protect the benefit, I guess, the financially prudent management of our assets. So that there is some issues there, but it will not affect the establishment or the successful running of a water services organisation. So that's very much where we're at with that. So hopefully that gives us a little bit of a background to what we're doing today. Today is a big decision for both councils. Waters makes up over 30% of our total business. So this is a significant decision to make. Definitely the way I see it, we made a decision in August last year. We have now done the due diligence, and that decision was subject to the due diligence. The due diligence has not showed up any significant barriers. So it would be quite a significant change to now say that we're not no longer going along that pathway. So that gives a little bit of an introduction of today. I am now going to adjourn the meeting, and I'm going to hand back to James to continue his meeting, and we'll go into a public forum. Thank you. Meeting adjourned.
Thank you, Mayor Drysdale. So I'll now reconvene the Western Bay of Plenty District Council meeting and start by call for a mover and seconder to suspend Standing Order 15.3 to allow Tauranga City Council elected members to also ask questions of clarification from our public forum speakers. Do I have a mover and a seconder? Deputy Mayor Murray Benge, Councillor Sol. I'll put the motion. All in favour, please say aye. Aye. Against? Carried. Okay, so we'll now move into public forum. We have three groups, I guess, to speak. And first up, I would like to invite Mario Samuels and Nessie Kuka to speak.
Morena koutou. I'm Nessie Kuka from Matakana Island. I don't know where Mario is. Anyway, I'm here to speak on behalf of Matakana Island. And just to say that Tangata Whenua has been a part of the discussions for a long time now, ever since all of these discussions took off. So to exclude us in your opening kōrero there was a bit unfair. And that although we weren't too happy joining with TCC, because in our view, we've been working with Western Bay District Council for a lot of years now and have come to a place where we are very trusting of each other. The other bit I want to say too is that there's no way in hell that we want TCDC anywhere near our kaupapa. Matakana Island has made a significant contribution to the whole of Tauranga Moana by allowing the pipeline to come out to Matakana Island. And then to have And this is all about the hauraki input into all of our kōrero. And that is the treaty issue. It's not for the councils to decide when other people from other areas are going to come into our district and start claiming this and claiming that. And I'm sure you've all heard about the cost claims that are all going on, and that Ngaitarangi hasn't settled, and that putting it all out on this table today and bringing in TCDC, which will then lead on to all of those iwi coming into this area, is right out of scope. We're unhappy with, well, a bit more than that actually, about this last decision that's going to be made today, and we stand resolute in saying that we oppose anything to do with TCDC coming to the table. And if TCDC wants to come to the table, and all of you fellas want to come and have a big discussion about our contribution to the whole of Tauranga Moana, come to Matakana Island, and then we can go from there.
Thank you, Nessie. And I think I would, before I offer to questions, I think regardless of the decision today, we will keep talking. I'll give that commitment. But any other questions for Nessie? Councillor Murray-Bange.
Morning, Margaret.
Nessie, what has water got to do with treaty settlement?
Margaret, I'm not here to explain what the treaty settlement process looks like. For some of us that have been around in this campaign for 35 odd years, probably into 40 years, it's about mana, it's about cost claiming, and it's about keeping other people out of your area.
Any other questions? No? No? Okay. Thank you very much, Nessie. Appreciate your time coming here. And as I say, we will definitely keep talking. I'd now like to invite Shad Rolleston and Hakopa Tapiata to come to present, please. Oh, and Kylie as well.
Morena tātou, tuatahi ake ka tuku bihi kia koe rā ki te tokorua. I whakatūwhere hea tēnei o tō tātou nei hui ngai te rānei. We are doubly blessed today. Nō reira, kia kōrua tahi. Me kira i ngā koromotua, kia koe rā James, Mahei, i ngā kaikaini katoa, tēnei ka mihi. Me kira i ngā āpiha, i ngā kaimahi hāpai nei wēnei o ngā āhuatanga. Tēnei ka mihi. Me kira ki te hunga kei muri ia tātou, ia mātou i tēnei rā, kia koe rā Nes. Me te hunga i hara mai, whakatakoto hiara o rātou whakaaro, i mua te aroro. Kia ata whiriwhiri hea nei rā, hei kai mā koutou. Nō reira, tēnā koutou, tēnā tātou katoa. Kia ora everybody. I just wanted to acknowledge our kai karakia this morning, our opening karakia by Hemi and by Chris. We are doubly blessed today. And also acknowledging our mayors, Mahei and James, and also fellow councillors. Before we kind of move into our part, I do want to acknowledge Martin as well, in terms of the role that he's played in leading discussions on behalf of Tauranga City Council through the working group, and also James. So just really wanted to acknowledge those that have provided the opportunity for us to engage in this kaupapa, and also the staff that have supported. I just want to make some kind of comments, and I'll pass over to Hakopa, who will make some additional comments as well. I understand that from a tangata whenua perspective, and picking up Nessie's point, I think getting us to the table didn't necessarily start off on the right foot in that sense, and appreciate the leadership shown by the councils in recognising the issues and the challenges that tangata whenua laid before both councils in regards to its role in these conversations and in the establishment of this waters entity. As we've kind of progressed through these conversations, there are probably three things I kind of want to highlight today in regards to the establishment, and that is, firstly, an alignment of outcomes. When we think about the establishment of this waters entity, about delivering services through to communities, including Māori communities, with a focus on health and well-being, not just of people, but also the environment. From a tangata whenua perspective, that's kind of been at our forefront. Water is a taonga. It's a treasure that we have connection and relationship with. Whether we take it for water supply, whether we discharge for stormwater and for wastewater, it's the relationship that we have to waters. We don't necessarily see it as in its compartmental parts, but water is water. He taonga anō te wai. The second point I want to make is, from a tangata whenua perspective, is that our interests lie across both councils. We don't necessarily, we work across boundaries, taking into account our interests when we think about the mountains to the sea and the catchments in which water flows. Our iwi boundaries span right from Waihi Beach through to Otamarako. We have connection and relationship with our Te Arawa whānau who are sitting around the table with us, and also acknowledging those sitting around the table for Western Bay. So those cross-boundary issues or cross-boundary relationships are quite important. And I do want to promote the collaboration and the opportunity for both councils to work together, just as we've been able to work together through these processes. And lastly, the partnership approach. From a tangata whenua perspective, reflecting on the role of the treaty, reflecting on the role of treaty settlements, and what they play in terms of the establishment of this waters entity, those are the things front of mind for us. How and what role can we play in supporting councils delivering services to our communities? That is to protect the health and safety of communities, but also to protect the well-being of those resources that we hold so dear. And with that, I'll pass back to Hakopa.
Tēnā tātou. Tēnei au ka tauna tia te kōrero tōku tuakana ni o Shad. O tia, taku aronga tuatahi ka mawhiti atu rā taku tite o ki matakana ki nā kōrero I kōrero hia nā tō tātou whai anesi. Ria mai tōtu. Taku mihi aroha ki taku whai ane. Tā mātou noihu. Te waha, te mana, whenua, mena he kupu, hei karawhiua, tērā me whiua ka tika. Nā kupu tātā, hei tohu nei, ina kaunihera nei, tūkua kia rere. He anō, tēnei mātou o te aroa, e whakanui ana I a koutou tauranga moana. Kare anō tā aua kia noho tahi, wānanga hia ai, e nei kaupapa kinenga I o tātou marae kāinga, he anō, me tūwhira tia te tatau ki a tātou katoa. So just to show support for Whaianesi, who has a take to lay down in front of us all. So my words to her was, throw the words on the table so we can get debate and discuss these things. And so we collectively would encourage that, because if there's been an effective forum where contemporary challenges and issues can mould and interface with tikanga and historical kōrero, the last year or 6 months has actually shown us that we can do that within this forum. So I think collectively, those of us who've been on the joint working group, we all recognise that we haven't always agreed and have actually often disagreed, but nonetheless, we've been able to have astute and meaningful dialogue to come to some collective place of agreement. So it's been a positive, from the tangata whenua perspective, it's been a very positive forum, as Shadrach has said, from when we initially started this discussion through to now. And I think that's been the general consensus of the three teams on that joint working group. But the concerns of mana whenua are real and clear. And we collectively need to talk about it and consider it as we progress the establishment of this entity. So tēnei ka mihi ake kia koutou, kia tātou. And the other thing that I said was that although Te Arawa has constantly supported Tauranga Moana's stance on the water issue, we haven't actually sat down on a marae, which is the right place to talk about these from an iwi perspective, to discuss it. So I've invited Tauranga Moana Haramaire, rā ki au, ki te tauihu, kia Te Arawa, kei reira tatau wānanga ai, tēnei o nā kaupapa. So Te Arawa invites Tauranga Moana to come and have a kōrero so we can take a collective stance on this. And we might even invite the council at some point. Otira, kia ora. So the point being is that it's the joint working party under the astute leadership of Councillor Roseburn and your worship has been a productive and positive forum with which to plan this future entity. So one would hope that that continued generosity of spirit would continue into the establishment phase. One observation that I'd make from the tangata whenua perspective is that many of the differing views that have come before us have essentially stemmed from different views of democracy and what it is. So one view that we've heard in our forum is that the exercise of authority rests with elected members, which is not a wrong interpretation, but it's a very narrow one, which and is strongly held by some of the community. But then there's a more wider, inclusive perspective on democracy, which encourages wider considerations, greater diversity, and wider contribution to final decisions. And thinking ahead, the more inclusive and the more diverse perspective is the one that will be sustainable. Yeah, because our future mokopuna and their mokopuna that come will, for many of us, be the same mokopuna. So, in terms of the increased diversity, the demographic realities of what the country is going to look like in a generation or two, a diverse and a broader, inclusive view of what democracy looks like is a better fit from the tangata whenua perspective. Otira, tēnei ka mihi ake kia koutou katoa, otira, kia ora.
Kia ora. Do you want to add something, Shad? Go on.
Sorry, just before we close, I do want to acknowledge my fellow members sitting on the group. So Rowana Bennett, Kylie Smallman, Kiritapu Allen, the Honourable Kiritapu Allen's given her apologies today, and Roharua Murray, and then also our technical support team, Spencer Webster and Matere Duncan, who have supported providing us with advice to be able to support this process. So I do want to acknowledge the team effort that's gone into providing our views and perspectives. So kia ora tātou.
Thank you, Rod. Appreciate that. So, are there any questions for our speakers in front of us? Councillor Crowther.
Yeah, thank you. Hakopa. Question in terms of diversity, which I'm fully supportive of, and taking a wider interpretation of democracy. I think you're right, that's a key issue. Do you see a place from what you've said for elected members and mana whenua? Do you see a place for direct community representation from the wider community, the various diverse aspects of our community?
Tēnā koe, Councillor Crowther. Yeah, I think this is fundamentally, as you know, a point that we agree on in terms of participatory democracy and encouraging voices to engage, consult, and listen. So yeah, I think the challenges that face us in this situation, in this context, is that it's a pretty rushed process that's been driven by central government. So many of the issues of timelines have just meant that it's not necessarily been the most ideal process, as you and I would see. Kia ora.
Councillor Olson.
Thank you, Mayor. Tēnā tātou. First and foremost, big mihi, ngā mihi kia koutou, mō tō puku mahi. Said it in our council, our Tauranga Council meeting recently about a possible blueprint of how we work forward going together. The calibre and the capacity of the people sitting at the table is created as best as we can a balance, because we as councils have a massive machine behind us, as you can see today. So I want to acknowledge the work that come together at short notice and across iwi. And before I ask my question, you're probably going to get where this question's coming, but the reason why we come together was Thames Coromandel. The proposal that Thames Coromandel were going to be part of a joint CCO is what prompted a hui at the Armitage. Let's be direct about that and upfront what created that. And since then, lots of good mahi has come about as a result of that. So if the probably, one of a better word, if the issue didn't raise its head, we might not be sitting around here. We would have been sitting around here making these decisions, but not through the process that we got, which, as I said, was a good process. And probably I asked myself the question as you're talking, Shad, that it wasn't a good start, but it was a good process after that. And so I always ask myself, what might have been if we had a good start? What if we had a good start? How even better it could have been. And that's a message. But I guess my partai is that that there is a potential that Thames Coromandel will enter, and that's why of the understanding that I've heard today. I think I've heard a bit from you, Shad, around, from our mayor that said, the mayor of Western Bay, that regardless, iwi need to be part of that conversation. So I'm not preempting any decision to be made today, but I'm asking your views, and probably from the working group, around if that should happen, how should that happen? Is that through, like perhaps what Hakupa said, through more corridor, through more conversation?
Kia ora. I might start. I think we've been quite clear about our role in this process and the mandate in which we were authorised from our iwi members, our iwi chairs in particular, and our hapu entities in particular, and that was to assist the councils in the establishment of this joint waters entity between Tauranga City and Western Bay. I think conversations beyond that is beyond the scope of our mandate and beyond the scope of our role. And what I would encourage, like as you've indicated, is to have that kōrero and to continue to have that kōrero amongst yourselves, but also directly with our iwi. So that's whether that's a Thames Coromandel or an Eastern Bay Council or a Waikato Council or whoever potentially comes to the table at some point in the future, because at this point, we've got 2 councils. There's scope to include others, but you need to have a clear process about how you manage those relationships and those conversations moving forward. And it's not just the Thames Coromandel challenge, it's a challenge with anybody that comes to this table.
Councillor Ray.
Morena. So firstly, I'd just like to make a brief statement, then I do have a question. It's quite concerning to me, Hakopa, that you mentioned that kōrero on the marae haven't happened yet, because I see that as a fundamental part to any representative role. So the question would be, just to confirm, the people sitting at the table today, that they see that a multi-council CCO with Tauranga City is a better way forward, not only for tangata whenua, but for Koike, Mokopuna, and the wider community. Because in my view, I've always had a strong view on this, that bigger doesn't always mean better. So I'd just like to clarify and confirm that that is what the table is asking for.
Tēnā koe tuahine, Laura. A couple of questions there. If we think back to what Councillor Rolliston said about how this all blew up last year, then Te Arawa and Tauranga Moana were very firm on a cohesive view from that point. The point I was making was that that happened by default as a result of circumstances, but we haven't actually sat down on any of our marae to talk about it. So that would be a positive way to progress, full stop. Because as Shadwick correctly said, this is going to be a feature of the future of water management and the potential of other partners to come in. So what we all need to do, and it's a good place for mana whenua within the rohe to start that conversation, is how do we want to guide or engage in that process, which is, it's coming, no doubt about it. So that was me hui tata. And so, that should just happen as a normal part of this process. And then once mana whenua have a clear collective status, then after that we would talk with council to guide them on the right pathways, potentially. But if you don't do that, then how's any of this meant to work? If you don't have clear systems and processes for engagement and consultation in a respectful sort of manner, well, then all you get is what you've already had, which led to last year's situation. Gilda.
Councillor Dinsdale.
Morena koutou. Uku ake e nei whakaaro ne. Ko taku pātai ki a koutou. He ahana mea e whakararu ana i a koutou e pāna ki ngā mea tongo wai mai ngā awa. Tēnā koa whakamārama mai.
Kia ora. As I understand the question, is our thoughts and views on the way water is extracted or taken from a particular resource, whether it's a river or And so as I understand the way water resources are currently managed, Tauranga City Council in Western Bay extract water for community use for potable water supply and then discharge stormwater and wastewater treated back into the environment. So whether that's at the Kaituna, Matakana, or Chapel Street and out at Arataki. That's how I understand our water resources are currently managed. And are managed through resource consents, essentially, that councils have sought approvals through the Bay of Plenty Regional Council to either take water or discharge water. And there's an opportunity for us to participate, tangata whenua, to participate in those processes and put our views forward, particularly around the areas that we may have concerns about, which is how water is used, how it's potentially degrades existing environments and those kinds of things. From my perspective, and I'm just speaking on behalf of myself, we haven't necessarily had that water conversation, but it's about how we participate in those processes to ensure that our values, our views, and our perspectives are built into those processes. Ideally, as these water services are transferred, those rights, those consents will be transferred into this new waters entity. Those relationships, those obligations, those commitments that have been made through those consent processes, the understanding that we have is that they will be maintained through that. So the forums, the committees, the relationships that councils currently have in managing those water entities those water services along with tangata whenua will be transferred into the new water services entity, for that entity then to engage directly with tangata whenua in maintaining and aligning to those obligations. I'm not sure if I've necessarily answered the question, but attempted to.
Councillor Denzel, does that answer your question?
Hei tapari ake, kia mohi o mai au. Pihea ngā mea ka mua I a mātou I tēnei wā, nā mea mo te waiorohi me te tautau. Pihea o koutou whakaaro mo tērā e pāna ki ngā mea.
Kia ora mai rātua hina. Hara I te mea ka poka noa nā whakanekeneke o nā kaupapa I kōrero ana e koa. Eneri, e tika na mea, mea ata whakawhanake tātou o tātou raueme kia hei ai te turuki I nā āhuatanga o te kaitiakitanga. In terms of those entities that you talk about, I think a number of entities that deal with kaitiakitanga and subcommittees of councils, I suspect that they could probably act, but they could probably operate more effectively than what they have done. So, example, you becoming chair of the kaitiaki of the Waiari will be very helpful to improve the effectiveness of that subcommittee. So, a lot of some of those types of committees are more effective. Probably the most effective model of a partnership approach is probably this one that I've experienced. So if you imagine the various collective Māori entities that operate within this space, if they operated to a same level as this particular committee, well, then it would be truly transformative about the things that we could achieve. So that's like whaiati tukahurangi that gives us something to aim for. Cousin, kia ora.
Thank you, Hakopa. Deputy Mayor Murray Bench.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So my definition of democracy is a bit different from yours, and I note that we keep our Māori forums well informed. And for Nessie, for this is the first time I have seen you, which I would have expected you would have been part of that group. Could I say to you, Mr. Rolleston, Shad, you are much respected in the community, and I appreciate your being here, but my definition of democracy does not rate the same as yours. We are here this morning in the most important meeting that any of us will actually be involved in. Our ratepayers know nothing. This is the first public meeting that they.
Deputy Mayor, I think that's becoming a speech. Could you, if it's a question of clarification, please direct it to the speakers.
Shad, would you not say that it was equally important for the ratepayers of this region to have been well informed, as have you?
I'll start, and I think Hakupa might chime into that. Margaret, I think you're right. I mean, ultimately, decisions rest with the councils, not necessarily with us. And so we've done as much as we can to keep our people informed about what we're doing and our role in terms of supporting the councils with the establishment of this waters entity. When it comes to the wider public and wider engagement with ratepayers and the wider community, ultimately those are decisions for you to make.
Go on, Nessie.
I just want to answer Margaret's question. What was that question you asked, Margaret?
Why you weren't involved in the forum as a local Māori forum member on the major forum that has been involved in this process?
I don't know, but we are part of the Waiora Rōpū that has been dealing with the pipeline. That's what I've been doing, Margaret, for years and years and years.
You have been a diligent member of the Māori Forum for many years, and I would have expected that you would have been one of the leaders in this group.
Thank you for that.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. So that brings us to the end of this item. Was that Hakupa? My apologies.
Gilda, and thank you, Margaret. My simple point is, your point is correct. So when I said we have different views of democracy, exactly, that's what we've observed within this process. And I'm not saying that any single view is right. What I am saying is some people strongly hold to their particular view, but we've managed to navigate that different understanding to get up to a point of collective understanding. Kia ora.
Thank you, Hakupa. So we'll move on to our next public forum speaker. So thank you very much, Shad and Hakupa and Rana, Nessie and Kylie. And I'll now invite Mayor Peter Revel, Deputy Mayor John Grant and Chief Executive Aileen Laurie from Thames Coromandel District Council to come and talk.
Morena, and my sincere thanks and appreciation for having the opportunity to be at what I'm viewing as a wedding ceremony, the bringing together of two parties to create a better future. And it's a privilege for me to be here, and I thank you for the welcome. Acknowledge Mayors Mahe Drysdale and James Denyer. Thank you for having us here. On my left, I have John Grant, who is Deputy Mayor and who's been involved with all the work that we have been doing around Three Waters right from when we first began doing that a year and a half or so ago. And on my right is the Chief Executive, Aileen Laurie, who's been similarly on a journey and who brings to our council and to this table 15 years of experience as a Chief Executive. And we all are very privileged and thankful to be here. Councillors, thank you for having us from both councils, and thank you for the attention that you're giving to us this morning. I wish to acknowledge the speakers who have gone before. Firstly, I'd love to acknowledge their eloquence. It is just wonderful to hear people speaking that way. But in particular, I would want to acknowledge and to say that we hear the messages that you have brought to the table this morning. And that's important for us. And it is very helpful as we go on our journey around Three Waters, the Water Services Organisation, and where we want to end up. I'd like to acknowledge the phenomenal work that has been done by so many people to get to this point today. And I was just chatting with a gentleman at the back before and looking at what is involved in getting to this point. And Mayor Drysdale called out a number of people who have been involved from TCC, and certainly from our own council. There have been a lot of people who have done a lot of work to build the understanding that we all have around the opportunity of Three Waters. And finally, I'd like to acknowledge that we sit here looking at the future, that we're here today, or you're here today, making a decision, which I think somebody referred to as perhaps the biggest decision that you as councillors will be making. And it's a decision about the future. And it's a decision that is driven because I believe everybody sits here in the entire room concerned and with foremost in their mind the benefits of our communities and our ratepayers. That is why we are here. We're not a corporate board sitting to make decisions about the corporation per se. We have all the time in the back of our minds what is best for our communities and what is best for our ratepayers. And I think that becomes a very unifying thing. In what I've had the opportunity to observe over the last year and a half in terms of the work that has gone in, that for me has been one of the things that has really stuck out, that we're sitting here, all of us sit here thinking, what are the decisions that we can make that will be best for our residents, our communities, and our ratepayers. I also acknowledge that today we are spectators. This is not about us. This is about the decision that Western Bay and Tauranga City Council are making in terms of establishing a water services organisation. We desperately would love for that to happen, because in the work that we have done, we can see the potential benefit for our communities and our ratepayers. And I think what you're doing today is doing that for your combined communities and ratepayers. I'd like to build on some comments that have been made too, that from our point of view, one of the mantras that we have been talking about in this triennium is working with. For us as elected members, working with staff. For us as elected members and staff, working with our communities. And to me, that has been a hallmark of this whole process around Water Services Organisation, as I have observed people working with one another. And where this goes today, I would love to think that we have the opportunity to continue to work with Tauranga City Council and Western Bay in this particular venture around Water Services Organisation. I am convinced, through the contact that we've had to this point, that there is just really strong cultural alliance that we have with your organisations. And it's been a pleasure to be working with you. And we want to obviously continue to do that going forward. There is a selfish motivation for us in this, in that we know through our analysis that a decision for us to be able to join a bigger water services organisation would make a material impact on our ratepayers to the tune of $500 a year, which is significant. That becomes a high motivation, but you have your reasons for wanting to form a joint water services organisation, which similarly delivers benefit to your ratepayers and your communities. So today we sit here wanting to encourage you to put this together and to set the direction ahead. We would love to see that happen because we want to be part of it, but we're not making any assumption, and we agree and acknowledge that the next steps are ones which will be done in consultation with all the people that need to be involved. And we've heard very strongly about the benefits and the way that that is the right way to proceed. So that is my appeal, that as you deliberate and as you make your decision, that it is a decision to cement this marriage, to bring this together and to set the path for the future. I have a few favourite books, but one of them is the book of Ecclesiastes. And in Ecclesiastes it says, a person standing alone can be attacked and defeated. It's a little bit how I feel for our council, that we're standing alone, we could be attacked and defeated. It then goes on to say, but two can stand back to back and conquer. And what I'm seeing today is the potential for two councils to be standing back to back and to be able to conquer whatever it is. And then the final thing is, three is even better, for a triple braided cord is not easily broken. And for me, that kind of speaks to, yep, we would love to be part of something in the future where we have the two and then we become that third cord. And we say that thinking that, or believing and knowing that we do have something very tangible to offer. But that's for a future. Today, what we need to do and what we're encouraging is a decision that cements this marriage and sets the direction ahead. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Revell. Some lovely words of scripture there to set us on the path, and I appreciate your kind words. I also want to acknowledge it's been an absolute pleasure working with you or discussing matters with you and your Deputy Mayor and your Chief Executive and your predecessor, Mayor Salt, before you as well. It's always been a highly respectful and good conversation, so I wanted to acknowledge that. But I'll now open it up for any questions of TCDC, and does anyone wish to ask questions? Councillor Joyce.
So you've heard today some very important words from our iwi partners. So how are you addressing that issue from your end? How are you helping to address those ruptures? Because as you made very clear, there are benefits in going forward.
Thank you for your question. We have taken guidance from our Kamatua in Hauraki District, and a message that has come through very clearly to us from them has been, this is a decision around that for council to be making. This is a decision that rightly rests with the local government about where we go with our waters and what have you. We have, through our journey, have made sure that we have kept in connection and consultation with our iwi right through this process, and have tried to make sure that they are aware of where we're at and where we're tracking. In terms of we have not been party or have had visibility of any interactions that have gone on between the iwi and our district and other areas. So that's where we're up there.
Can you just enlighten me? How many iwi do you have in your district?
Yeah, kia ora. Te Tara o Te Ika a Maui, Roki, 16 iwi, 12 recognised by the Crown. The guidance we've had from Kaumātua is, as the Mayor has outlined. In the rest of the district, there is split views. Not everyone is in alignment. Some are thinking that there's a loss of local democracy and preferring the go-it-alone option. The guidance we've had from the Kaumātua is this is rightly a question for local government and they didn't want to be involved in it. But we have other iwi that look across to Auckland potentially as a preference. Others, of course, that waka is towards Bay of Plenty. So we're a district that looks in every direction, and that's the case for our communities and for our iwi.
Sorry, one last one, then I'll shut up. From briefly at least, you have other options. So why so fixated on this one? I mean, you're part of the Waikato region, right? And there are at least 2 groupings going on in the Waikato. So, I mean, it's a decision for yourselves, but I'm interested to hear your view on why you've so determined to come this way.
That's a very good question. Thank you. To answer that, it comes back to what is in the best interest of our communities. And we have looked very extensively at other options that are available in regard to Waikato alliances, and we keep falling back on this one as being far better for our communities. For numerous reasons, we have many of our places looking out over the bay. We are a coastal community, where the rest of the Waikato is very much centred around the Waikato River and other centres. So we are different, and we feel a lot closer to Western Bay and to Tauranga than we actually do within the Waikato. So there are multiple reasons for the position that we've taken, and it's very clear that that in the financial benefits that flow from this, that it's a natural move for us to look to a closer relationship here.
And could I just add that it was not just the Waikato Waters Done Well grouping that we looked at. We also looked at the grouping with Hamilton and Waikato District. We looked obviously at just going alone, and we looked at this, and those, I would say, all those options were ones that were considered with as much weight as another, and it ended up being, this is where we want to go. So on the 24th of June, that's why we passed a resolution to say we want to be at this wedding. Obviously that changed, but that was a very clear decision for us on the 24th of June last year.
Thank you. Councillor Elvin.
Peter, welcome, and to your team. I thought if it was good enough for you to quote Ecclesiastes, I'd give it a shot too. And it's a preface to my question, and the verse is, better one handful with tranquility than 2 handfuls with toil and chasing after the wind. So I want to preface my question to say, I appreciate your comments about joining with us, but I'm highly sensitized to the fact that we have an iwi issue in our midst. And I really think to progress this, we have to stop playing past the parcel, whether it's the minister, or whether it's our mayors and councils or whatever. That's as part of a community, and I think it is appropriate and respectful that we get on and address this in a way that does give effect to what we say we believe in. So, I mean, I think how you propose to progress that and how we propose to progress that is critical to how we go ahead. So I'm interested in a little bit more than I'm going to throw it over my shoulder and it's someone else's problem.
I apologise if I've given a sense that I don't want to do that. That's what I've done. But I do want to be clear that today's meeting is not about us. Today's meeting is about the establishment of Water Services Organisation. If that does not end up happening today, then we continue on the pathway, the expensive pathway, I might add, that we're currently on. It is not until this decision is made today, we are rightfully spectators. Were we to have the opportunity to then come, as the resolution is saying, to potentially other parties, then we would want to do that with all the respect that is would be required, and under the rules that you would be laying down. So what I do want to communicate is that for everything we know, we would just be really keen to be part of it.
Thank you, Peter. Councillor Daly.
Thank you, gentlemen, for coming to tell us about your experience, ladies and gentlemen. My question is about your current kaupapa, I guess, in terms of having to deliver on your agreed water services delivery plan with the DIA. I understand you have to progress an in-house business unit to meet the requirements before any further arrangements can be entered into. And I'm just wondering if you want to comment on that process and the implications of that, and the possible benefit of a collaboration in future with another CCO.
It was the 28th of August last year that we rescinded our original decision to join a water services organisation with TCC in Western Bay. But in that resolution on the 28th of August, we said that we would be establishing our own house water services organisation, or our own internal business unit, but we would continue to look for the opportunities of being part of a larger water services organisation. At the end of the day, we've got a population base of 33,000, and that's small. And we understand and know the benefit of being part of something bigger. What we had decided we wanted to be part of was this. And in setting up our own in-house business unit, it has been mandated, I think, to the Chief Executive that not to spend $1 more than we have to, because what we're anticipating is that in the future we might have the opportunity to join something. So we are meeting the legislative requirements set out by DIA. We are establishing a water services organisation or internal business unit. We have factored that into our draft annual plan, which is out for consultation, where we have signalled a overall average rate increase of 3.77%. So all that is the work we've been doing with waters is all factored into that. So we are treating cautiously and conservatively in pursuing the in-house business unit in anticipation that there will be a bigger, brighter, better future for us. John, do you want to add anything to that?
Just to follow up, I mean, that's a very impressive annual plan proposed increase. Just an off the cuff. Did you have to make any compromises on your
No, we're not
water
talking about annual
delivery
plan
to
today,
do that?
Councillor Daly. Councillor Sol, please.
Thank you, sir. My question basically is, if the opportunity is there, even say if it was today, how soon do you think you could be in a position to actually push the button? Can you, would you be likely to be able to meet a July 27, or is it something that longer term would be of benefit for all parties?
Thank you. Really good question. We've got a council meeting coming up on April the 24th, and if under your scenario, if the opportunity was there for us today, then we would be putting that before councillors on April the 24th to rescind our in-house business unit and move ahead. On advice that we have received and being party to some of the discussions between Western Bay and TCC, being ready for July 28 would absolutely be, I was going to say a walk in the park, but you know what I mean, would be straightforward. We have been taking advice from Martin Jenkins, who've been helping guide us through this, and they have said, well, July 27 would not be out of the question for us. But those things, from our point of view, are just academic until we get to the point of being able to make a decision around the council table. So thank you for the question.
Any other questions? Councillor Crowther. Councillor Crowther, go on.
Yeah, thank you for coming along, and good to get an update on this issue. I'm interested in your current position on stormwater, because I notice you've got more stormwater connections than water or wastewater. And you also have, I think the figure, I'm just looking it up to remind myself, 72% of those assets in an unknown condition in the underground assets. So it's obviously, from our perspective, putting aside all the other issues, and particularly the issue that was addressed in the public forum for iwi, you know, just from a risk perspective, there is a much higher risk for our councils partnering on stormwater because of the unknown element there. And there's also some financial equations which when I work them out, I sort of see pros and cons, let's put it that way. So I'm interested in your perspective, how much, if you do want stormwater, and how much of a stopper would it be if we said no to the stormwater?
Before Aileen does respond, can I just remind us all that today is about you two councils making your decision. One, obviously, we'd love to make, but I do think a lot of some of what's in your question is something that would be as we move down the track. But okay.
Okay, so I believe at this stage our view would be undecided, that we are certainly keen on the two waters, but maybe not the third. There's a number of fish hooks with stormwater that you'll all understand around reserves, roading, so on and so on. But I think that the Mayor would be enthusiastic to have us in by 1 July 27. There is more work that needs to be done to answer that question, I believe.
Deputy Mayor Murray Bench.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Mayor, we're actually joined at the hip with you lot because so many of our people actually travel up there for the weekends. And so it's a very fine area and we enjoy it, especially my fellow councillor. So, sir, can I just ask, it's a bit hard to hear what my colleagues are saying down here. I would like to know where are you at with local iwi and how do you keep them informed and what are the negatives that iwi have if you joined our organisation? Because I understand at 30,000 you're really vulnerable and you need to move quickly, my opinion.
Okay, so if I could just clarify the population number, first, is 33,000 would be the Wednesday night population. The Saturday night population is more like 70,000, and we've just got numbers back for Christmas that it's 500,000 to 600,000. So our asset base, if you like, is sized at around the probably the 70,000 population mark. So we've got, I think, 28,000 rating units, which is, as you say, we have absentee ratepayers that we provide the infrastructure for, and they pay for, by the way. On the second question, the iwi landscape in Thames Coromandel area is quite different to the Bay of Plenty. I've spent a lot of time in Aporiki and the iwi dynamics really quite different. And as I mentioned before, it looks in all directions. So the iwi on the Thames coast tend to look towards Auckland and are resourced through their Auckland offices. Iwi through Hauraki tend to look towards Matamata-Piako, and then the east coast iwi tend to be looking more towards the bay. So you probably find every view under the sun in those different groupings. The main show in town for us at the moment is actually the Mana Whakahono Arohi agreements, and that's probably of more. Probably taking up more time in our teams than waters at the moment. So that's yeah, I'll leave that there, but yeah, that's how we're sitting at the moment.
So is there anyone in your area that is Kaumatua standard who can bring the two groups together?
The two groups are more like 16. No, in Thames Coromandel, there are 16 iwi.
And once again, I think that is a future, how do we work through that and collaborate? But could I also say thank you for coming and spending time in our district? You're welcome. Bring your wallets. But, you know, as you would appreciate, when a storm happens, it impacts us. And when fuel prices go up, it impacts us. And that's another challenge that we have in front of us at the moment while we're trying to keep rates under control, is having visitors and tourists not come to our district. So please keep coming, bring your family, bring the whole room. We'd welcome you.
So we weren't the troublemakers at the beach hall.
Okay. Okay. I have a last question from Deputy Mayor Skula, and then we'll break for morning tea.
Kia ora, and thank you for presenting. And I recall back to the conversation that was around our table in the Mayor's office when a lot of issues and concerns came to the table, and I think they have in some ways resulted in some very positive conversations that have happened. But you have heard this morning from a very clearly a position put on the table in real concern for the two-party becoming three-party with you. You talk about a meeting you have planned for the 24th of April. Can I ask what is in your plans, if that's the case, to meet with the affected parties who expressed their views today, who put their words on the table for discussion? What specific meetings and discussions and concessions have you got that you are willing to discuss with those parties?
Thank you for the question. So the meeting we have on April the 24th is just a standard routine ordinary council meeting. The issue of water service organisation is not on the agenda at this point. There's no reason. I was responding to the question here that if the decision was made today for us to be part of it, the first step would be to get that resolution through. We're not there. So we will not be, it'll not be on the council agenda in April. The second point is what we have heard today is a very clear, a couple of clear messages. One, a clear message about process, a clear message about how we all need to work together in partnership to achieve outcomes. And we absolutely endorse that. And as I said, we internally or in our council, we're working very hard on the concept of working with. That would be an approach that we would be taking if we get the opportunity to consider being part of a water services organisation reflected by these two councils. At this stage, that's not. And so while we're keeping a close eye on it, and we read the agenda pack that was last week's agenda pack, and we analyse that and look at all that, we at this stage remain as external and spectators with a heartfelt aspiration to be part of it.
Okay, thank you very much, Peter, John, and Aileen. I really appreciate coming down to be with us today, and obviously welcome to stick around for the decisions later on. But I think we better break for morning tea at the moment. We'll come back at 11:10. Both councillors are welcome to join us in the councillors' lounge, and thank you. And we'll break there. Thank you. a start. So welcome back, everyone. So we're now moving into the agenda proper from page 7, local audit done well, progressing the delivery of water services. Adele, do you want to say a few words? I'm not intending to have a big introduction. We've been covering this for the last year or more, but Adele, would you like to just say a few words?
Kia ora, councillors, and thank you, Mayor, for the opportunity to speak to this paper today. Yes, as you're recognising, the purpose of this paper is to make the decision as to basically whether to proceed with the water organisation or not. This has been subject to the due diligence process that was included as part of the Water Services Delivery Plan as a piece of work in advance of making the final decision, just to make sure that there wasn't anything to prevent us moving forward. I think the process has been well run, and we've had various work streams, including governance, including the key terms that were going to form part of the Constitution and the shareholders agreement. And we've also looked at how we might work on an HR basis and how the finances would be moving into the water organisation. We did find some matters that we still need to put on a future work program, and acknowledging Mayor Mahi's comment this morning about the cross-boundary issues. But all the matters that we've identified today can be worked through in good faith. We've also noted, and thank you to our speakers today in relation to the Thames Coromandel. As part of the agenda, we've got an additional recommendation that seeks to continue working with Thames Coromandel in the future, and also includes a letter from the Minister in relation to this, noting that the financial impacts to the council are well noted. But I'll just leave it at that, and hand back to you, Mayor, if there's any other questions of council today.
Are there any questions from our councillors? No? Okay, good. So we'll move on to, sorry, did you have a question, Councillor Daly? You don't have to.
Actually, I think Darlene indicated she had a question, did you? Okay. Look, I'm not sure if this is appropriate. Just on the cross-boundary issue, Adele, I know it's going to a further process, but and Mahi, you addressed it in your opening remarks as well. So I'm just wondering, the time frame and the process that we might expect some resolution on that one, I guess.
Adele?
Through the Mayor, so in the recommendations that were presented on the 24th of March, it has been noted that those good faith are expected to be completed by 31 March next year. Or no later than.
And the process, is it worth commenting on that? Or?
Through the Mayor, I don't think it's appropriate for me to comment on that.
No doubt the Mayor Mahi and I will have a discussion and involve everyone else. Deputy Mayor.
Adele, can you remind me, what is the issue that we can go through if we don't reach agreement? For example, on this issue of, I think it's issue number 3, if there's no agreement or if there's a resolution that's difficult, who do we go to? What's the process? I know Councillor Elvin knows, but I think it would be good if it actually stated for everybody in this room.
Through the Mayor, so in relation to any matters that can't be resolved, is that what you're speaking to? As part of the commercial terms that were agreed and put to council on the 24th of March, there was a process whereby if you're unable to get through good faith negotiations, that there's a mediation option available through that will be considered as part of the constitution arrangements. And if that doesn't progress, then arbitration.
Thank you. So I don't see any further questions. So I'm going to take the recommendations in parts. And so first of all, I'm going to take recommendation 1 and 2 together. That is to receive the report and that it's of high significance. Councillor Sol is moving, Councillor Ray is seconding. I assume we're not going to debate this one. So I'll put the motion. All in favour, please say aye. Aye. Against? Carried. The next recommendation is number 3, and that council confirms that a robust due diligence process has been completed, and so on. I won't read the whole thing out. Do I have a mover and seconder for recommendation 3, please? Councillor Elvin and Councillor Joyce. Anyone speak on that one?
I just reserve my rights to speak at this stage.
Okay. Deputy Mayor?
All right, well, I'm happy to.
Really?
Rodney. So Mayor and councillors, and thank you for TCC coming out to our whare and tangata whenua for their presence, so they're gone. I know that this particular provision has been subject to considerable going backwards and forwards, and I remain satisfied there are more than sufficient ways for us to work our way through any outstanding issues, particularly with respect to the cross-border issues, which seems to be the sticking point. I think there are a couple of issues that were unfortunate that have been alluded to in some of the startup processes to our consultation. It's just a bit disappointing that this issue probably should have come on the table at a much earlier time than it did. And I think from a Western Bay of Plenty perspective, it has given some rise to some sort of levels of mistrust, and even to the point of a TUI's ad says we'll act in good faith, yeah, right. And I think that has been a bit of a view that's come from this side of the table. I think that's a bit unfortunate. For me, I'm looking to make sure we progress this for the best interest of both communities. I think there are robust measures in everything we've decided to make sure that some of these issues that are outstanding are going to be resolved, so long as we focus on the fact that we are here to act in the best interest of our communities, which overlap to a considerable degree. So that's all I really want to say on that matter.
Thank you. Councillor Ray.
Thank you, Chair. Unfortunately, I won't be supporting this motion today. I cannot enter into any type of process where there are matters that are not solidified. So I won't labour that. I'll just leave it there.
Thank you, Councillor Ray. Deputy Mayor.
Sir, this is, I pushed for the high significance right when it started on our agenda. It had medium significance. This is the most important decision we will make since 1989. It's a long time ago, and we desperately need reform. This one here, number 3, highlights the confusion that has erupted around the table. And so I'm grateful to hear that we can resolve these issues in a sensible way and, if necessary, go to arbitration. It would be terrible if we reach that stage. And for Tauranga City councillors, and I can see you better than I can see my own lot, it would be great if we worked together and we worked our way through without ever having to go anywhere near a court or a lawyer. That would be really helpful, because at the end of the day, our ratepayers need a service, and they need a service that they can afford. And at the moment, we know that in the immediate term, we could probably do it on our own. But in the long term, the community will be much better off. So I'm not quite sure when I can speak to the whole issue. So
that's this is about the confirming a robust due diligence process. The next item or recommendation is approves the establishment or not.
Well, that's the time.
Okay, I have Councillor Sol.
Thank you, sir. I guess I'm a bit cynical here. We've identified some issues. the opening speech by the Mayor of Tauranga City Council pretty well doubled down again on these cross-boundary issues, but basically being tied to this. And I don't see that as good faith. And I do say to the councillors across the table from me, good faith is pretty vague, frankly. And I look for intent and actions from people. When I deal with people in good faith, I look for it. If I can't find good faith, it's nothing to do with whether I agree with them even, but as to their points of view. But if I don't see real, genuine good faith in my business world, I walk away. I don't want to be part of that situation. I believe we have an issue here, or we have an opportunity, I shouldn't say an issue, to actually do some good work for our people, for our ratepayers, and potentially looking forward for the ratepayers in TCDC. But at present, we've got to get closer as people to actually achieving something here. So I find it quite difficult to really support this motion.
Thank you, Councillor Song. Councillor Coxhead.
For once, I'd actually quite like a maybe option on this one. I agree with the first part. The council confirms that a robust due diligence process has been completed and notes that several matters identified through this process, including key terms, require further development. And I want to thank all of the people that have worked so incredibly hard to bring this to this point today. I cannot agree with the the second part. These matters will be progressed through good faith partnership discussions. I'm sorry. I do not believe where we've landed, our partnership per se is currently on a good footing, and I doubt our ability to have good faith negotiations. So I'll be saying no to this one.
Thank you, Councillor Coxhead. I will just say a few words on this. This has been a long process, and there's been ups and downs. There always will be in these things, but generally it's been pretty good to work with the joint working group with both Tangata Whenua and Tauranga City councillors. Had some long meetings and generally found agreement in the end. I'm confident that I can work with Mayor Drysdale and the rest of his team to come to agreements. I think the outstanding issues are most of a pretty minor nature, and there's some tweaking of the commercial terms. We're getting into some pretty fiddly stuff at this point, so I have every confidence we can work through that. With no more speakers, I'm going to put the motion. It's been moved by Councillor Elvin, seconded by Councillor Joyce. All in favour, please raise your hands. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Those against, please raise your hands. 1, 2, 3, 4. I declare the motion carried. Thank you. I assume that's why I did raise hands. No, Margaret, that's why I asked people to raise hands.
Sorry?
We've recorded it all. Thank you. Okay, so we move to recommendation 4, which is the council approves the establishment of a multi-council water organisation with Tauranga City Council with a proposed go-live date of 1 July 2027. I am going to move that. Would you like to second that, Councillor Deputy Mayor Plunge? Okay. So I'm just going to say a few words.
So could I propose an amendment before you debate this one?
You certainly can.
I would like to propose a very simple amendment to recommendation 4, and that is simply changing the go live date from 1st of July 2027 to 1st of July 2028. If I have a seconder, I would.
Yeah, just 1 second. So you're changing the go live date, putting it back a year.
1 year.
Okay, seconded, Councillor Coxhead. Okay, I think before we debate that one, I think that needs some clarification on the implications of that. it is my understanding that such a move would be in breach of the Water Service Delivery Plan and would likely be rejected by DIA, but I'm happy to be guided on that. So Adele.
Through the Mayor, I actually have a representative from Department of Internal Affairs here today. I will invite him up to respond to making that change at this point in time. So I'd like to introduce you all to Dave Foster.
Good morning, councillors, and through you, your worship. To do that, you'd require to amend the water service delivery plan. You've set out a program in the water service delivery plan. And a critical issue, as was outlined in the letter from my boss to you this morning, is that there has to be a reasonably substantial change to have occurred. And I guess a critical question that we would have to turn our minds to is has there actually been a change of that substance to warrant modifying the water service delivery plan?
Okay. Do you want to speak to your motion, Councillor Day?
Yes, thank you. I believe there would be some benefit in this recommendation. I realise that the Water Services Delivery Plan does not anticipate this, perhaps, but I don't think it's a game changer. I mean, a showstopper. But I mean, I'm clearly I'm not in a position to make that decision. But I would like to maybe signal through this committee meeting that we would ask for advice once the resolution is either won or lost, to consider that. And I believe the circumstances that maybe justify it are simply the fact that this would allow us to pause, slow down, take a breath, work through these cross-boundary issues referred to by Mahi in his opening address with certainty and the principled historic approach, because we know that relying on good faith negotiations doesn't always achieve the desired outcomes, and recourse to mediation and arbitration not desired, but may ultimately be required. So that in itself is probably enough justification, as you saw in the previous vote. I've been concerned by the constant pressure with short response and turnaround times to meet deadlines and line up all our ducks in a row. And I guess the fact that even with our decision meeting last week, we passed it with recommendations to park and return to negotiate further points of disagreement, which in itself is a little concerning, because after a major decision, we know there is always scope for slipping in amendments that may fly under the radar of elected member scrutiny. The go live deadline, and further to that, I guess, even though we've held reasonably confidential joint working group discussions, it has become apparent that there is a lot of work that sort of leads us to maybe feel that may be the case sometimes, and I'm not saying it's ill-intentioned or purposefully misleading, but the opportunity always remains, it seems. But the go-line deadline of 1st of July 27 has been acknowledged as being very tight, but achievable by our staff, but also by senior ministerial DIA advisors, as late as yesterday, by Laurie Hand, who we had a Zoom meeting with in the Mayor's office. Local Government Minister Simon Watts has been very firm and has resolved that a collaborative cross-boundary water organisation is the outcome he expects from us here today, and he's also asked us to pursue the opportunity to bring TCDC into the 10th. So I come back to my amended recommendation. I believe there is a benefit to be had by giving ourselves more time to work out all these known issues, and because amending our water services delivery plan to bring in TCDC would require a new consultation process, and because we have been accused of inadequate consultation with tangata whenua and the wider community in the first place, then this seems like the perfect opportunity to push the boat out and do a new, more meaningful consultation with a lot more certainty than we had when we first consulted on this whole water reform process. We can not only address the shortcomings in our consultation, and I'm not making any comments about TCC's consultation because I believe that was very thorough and rigorous, but with all our Māori communities, but also everyone else, because as is usual with any consultation process, it is not until firm decisions are on the table that the real squeals and concerns are heard. So we've also got the uncertainty of being in a government election year and potential change of government, and this reform process is being led by the current government, but we also know that it was proposed by the former government. So change is always possible through legislation. So I think a bit of a pause to take into account a possible new direction from a new government, the shift in balance of power potentially within either coalition arrangement could have a bit of an impact on this as well. The whole prospect of local government reform, the prospects of a unitary authority. I think there's enough uncertainty here now that we would actually benefit by just holding back by a year, and that would give us a little bit of nimbleness to respond. Well, maybe not nimbleness, but a bit of time to respond in a reasonable manner, but also bring our potential partners along with a proper kōrero with the local Māori communities to see if any agreement can be made. So with that, I recommend this recommendation.
Thank you, Councillor Daly. I'll respond straight away and then offer other people. The problem with the amendment is it won't work. We've heard that we need to amend the Water Services Delivery Plan, but there needs to be a substantial change for that to be accepted by the DIA. There is no substantial change, so it won't be accepted by the DIA, and we'll be back to square one. If we were to get it through somehow, then Tauranga City Council would go ahead and set the terms of the CCO without us. We'll have zero control on that. Responding to some of your other points, a different government is not going to have another go at waters reform. They're just going to carry on. We've heard that very clearly. Labour Party do not want to have another go at Three Waters. I think everyone's been burnt on that one. And then also think about the uncertainty for staff. It's been going on for some time, and we will lose good staff because the uncertainty and our inability as a governance team to make a decision. So I cannot support the amendment. Thank you. Councillor Coxon.
James, I'm not sure that you're right with your comments, and I don't think you're in any better position to make those comments than anybody else around this table. I think we do need to find out, and I think Councillor Daly is quite correct in saying that we do have time now to just double check the facts on this one. I was actually beginning to become comfortable with this whole process, and I was beginning to become comfortable with where we were landing, having not wanted to vote for this in the first place, joining TCC, because I wanted to take a longer and more measured approach to this. However, the elephant in the room is the cross-boundary issues which have been raised, and I do not want to go into any agreement, especially as large as this. As Margaret has rightly said, this is the largest reform in 37 years in this country. And I do not want to race into this and make a huge mistake. It's millions and millions of dollars we are talking about here. And I would like us to pause and sort out any relationship issues before we enter any agreements.
Thank you, Councillor Cox. Councillor Song.
Thank you, sir. Well, I'll kick off back the other way. I consider it a pile of bollocks. That.
Sorry,
TCC.
Councillor Song, we're not going to use language like that in here.
Okay, sir, I withdraw that. I consider it absolute rubbish that TCC, if they wish to go it alone, will be showing good faith as we sit here now. And that would be my question from the previous speech I made. good faith is good faith. For them, the benefit is the same as it is for us. More time to get it right, to sort out the issues that both parties here have. And if you're looking for something of significance, the significant change is that we could have a third partner in this and the cost benefits. The benefits are probably well worth the wait for 3 councils with 3 lots of ratepayers that are going to gain from it. Why would they necessarily want to object to the opportunity to benefit more ratepayers? If that's the purpose of this whole thing, why would you go against it now? They should be considering that as a very good reason. So to me, sir, it's an opportunity to bring TCDC in. It's an opportunity to sort our cross-boundary issues, and then we actually are working as one from there. At present, your comments make me uneasy as well, if that's the case. I'm sorry, I could not see any sense in turning down this motion. I will support it.
Thank you, Councillor Song. Councillor Elvin.
With due respect to Councillor Daly, I don't support this for a moment. And even if it were possible within the legislation, which I don't actually think it is from what we've heard, but even supposing it was possible, I still would not support it. There's a couple of reasons. Procrastination is not a process that I subscribe to. I don't think delaying things makes for improved decision making. I think 15 months on its own is almost pedestrian anyway. We've got plenty of time to address the issues, and I think there are issues about momentum that we need to be concerned about. We've got momentum on this. We've put a lot of energy onto it. We need to keep it moving. So I don't see any delays going to improve anything. I think if it's a backdoor way of avoiding entering into this, then that's unhelpful. But I don't see that we haven't addressed most of our issues in terms of our cross-group collaborations. And it'd be very rare to enter into something as significant as we're entering into without a couple of itch and scratch issues that we need to resolve. And we've had a robust engagement. I think we can continue to have a robust engagement. And as I said before, we've got backstops to resolve them. So from that perspective, I don't think delay adds much value. The second thing is, I think to have a half pie decision is not particularly respectful of our ratepayers. We need to be in or out and get on with it. And it's certainly not that respectful for our staff. So for those reasons, I'm strongly against this amendment.
Deputy Mayor Murray Bange.
We've come a long way. And you talked about big brother, little brother, which was really insulting. And then we got to the stage where it was 50-50. And I really commended you for that. And we would work together. And it's such a simple thing to say. Ultimately, in the decades ahead, we don't know when, but we will be one local authority. The regional council is going. Shane Jones assured us of that. And we have challenges before us. This amendment is unhelpful because it unsettles our staff. Our poor ratepayers don't know anything about this so far, and we haven't gone out to them. We haven't kept our Māori forums decently informed, so we've got work to do. And I was so unimpressed with this morning and being dictated to as to what a democracy is. So I firmly believe in this male-dominated environment which we find ourselves in, we are treated as equals. Never mind that, we're treated as equals, and long may it continue. The Lord defends us on that regard. What we know is that if we can't reach agreement, we've got a process that we can go through, and heaven help us if we have to get to that. So Martin, you've been a very fine leader for your council, and I commend you for that. You haven't had the support of all of them at the time. They dribble in and they dribble out, and they're not there.
Deputy Mayor, I think we keep it respectful, please.
Well, never mind. But you've got us to where we are today, and I thank you for that. This is not going to be easy for us, but the difficulty, because we have, what's wrong?
Carry on,
Not
Deputy
good
Mayor.
enough, sir. So I feel that we need to continue the dialogue, but moving this amendment, carrying it, would be most unhelpful. Unhelpful to the community, unhelpful to our staff, and unhelpful to Thames Coromandel who want to join us. And so, sir, I vote against it.
Thank you. Councillor Joyce.
I don't want to labour many of the points already been made. I do feel for staff. They need to move forward. This has been a long, slow process. Don't forget where it came from. It started under the previous national government when, in the wake of Havelock North, Anne Tolley was given a report by the water industry saying, we can fix your problem. I'm not actually convinced the problem they were sorting to fix was actually the one in Havelock North, but let's not go there. That's water under the bridge, shall we say. I thought I'd get that one in before anybody else did. Uncertainty is always there. Uncertainty in terms of decision-making is not going to go away. All the issues that Councillor Daly spoke about happening at the moment will still be there in 2028. So, you know, the other metaphor or the other meme I was going to quote, I better not because it might get me into trouble, like Alan got into trouble. But we need to either get moving or get off. We have consulted. You know, there were public meetings held throughout Western Bay a year ago when we developed the water services plan. Today, it is about implementing a plan that we have consulted on. And a reminder to folks that when we consulted, the largest group were in favour. So, you know, forget the story that we didn't consult because we did. We consulted a year ago. Maybe there's some short-term memory loss issues. So I do not support the amendment.
Thank you, Councillor Joyce. Richard, Councillor Beach and then Councillor Ray.
Yeah, I would actually like to speak in support of Councillor Daly's recommendation and obviously endorse the words that Councillor Cox here has said. I do think we do need to get this decision right. Rushing into it, you could say we have or we haven't. We have done some consulting, we have or haven't. But even listening to the public forum this morning, we heard it quite clearly from Tangata Whenua that they had some issues that needed to be resolved. We've heard it quite clearly from our council that there are some really burning issues that have to be resolved. And obviously, there is the opportunity of TCDC. We've heard them this morning asking to come on board. So I really don't see an issue of just pulling the cart back a little bit, making some better decisions, more concrete decisions, because at the end of the day, the ratepayers are the ones that are going to be involved with this as well. So that's my comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Beach. Councillor Ray.
So I would actually support this amendment also. It sort of speaks to where we first landed when we actually made these decisions at the beginning. We actually tried then to put a little bit of a halt onto it, and we didn't quite get that over the line. And I just really want to remind our council of how we got to this point, and that was via casting vote. So I don't agree with that type of process for something that is so critical for all of our people and the many generations to come, because I'm one of the younger people around this table, and I'm very concerned about what this whole deal is going to look like in 25 years. So another thing I want to mention is that the substantial change that I see is actually, well, if this can't be amended, then it's just a straight no. So we're not in a winning situation anyway. That's my view, to go back to the DIA. So consulting again, I do believe would be beneficial. I don't feel that our consultation process was good enough. We had 100 submitters out of the entire Western Bay. And of course, when you ask the people, do you want to pay less money for something? Of course, they're going to say yes. So I think now we've come a long way. We've moved ahead from all of that last year. So I'm not saying that I don't want a partnership with TCC, but I'd love to see more time given to that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Ray. Councillor Dinsdale.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. For me, I don't support this amendment and this motion before us all, based on the fact that we've had more than enough time to have discussed this before today. So based on that, I won't be supporting this motion.
Okay, so everyone has had a chance to speak, so I'm going to put the amendment. You don't get a reply on an amendment. So I'll put the amendment. All those in favour of the amendment moved by Councillor Daly, seconded by Councillor Coxhead, to delay the go live date to 2028. So all those in favour of delaying, please raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. All those against, please raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It is tied. I assume we'll have a division because that's be appropriate. It is often said that the worst decision you can make is not to make a decision. Therefore, I do not support the amendment and declare the amendment lost. So we move back to the substantive motion, which has been moved by myself and seconded by Deputy Mayor Murray Benge, and invite speakers for and against this. I say 3, I meant recommendation 4, yes, correct.
Right. I want to speak to this because, as you all know, it's not an easy time. And one of the things that I've discovered is that as Deputy Mayor, I haven't been involved in the discussions which you all had. I hadn't been in discussion with the people who were at the top table earlier on, representing the local iwis, but I have worked in the Maori forums and I've respected them and they work diligently for their own people and you never can doubt their sincerity. We have over the years gone through water again and again and again. And under the last government, the problem was it was 50 elected, 50 appointed. That went down like a dose of vomit for the whole community. It changed the government. And here we go. And I must tell you, Simon Watts, if you're listening, I really am annoyed because as minister now, you're telling us to get on with the job. But when he was a candidate and at Classic Flyers, he said he would fix race relations in this country. There would be no more co-governance. There'd be no more partnership. There would be elected representatives who would make the decision. Doesn't matter whether you're Maori, Indian, or whatever. You would be elected. And that's a democracy that I strongly believe in. However, I couldn't be involved, but what I have seen is diligent people like Martin over here and our people working diligently to actually get on with the job. And when you take a look at it, you understand that it might be no saving to begin with, but in the short term, medium term, it is better for our ratepayers. And that's who we're here representing. They know nothing about what we're doing, and so they rely heavily on the people around this table. And so our communities are stronger and better than yours. I live in yours, but I can speak from experience. I could say for Nessie and Ms. Rowlandston, they have been diligent and they should have been at the top table. They're our iwi, they're our hapus. And so, but we haven't. We keep them well informed. This isn't easy for any of us, but it is something that I think in the medium and long term, it will be beneficial for the whole community. And so, sir, have you spoken yet?
I haven't, no.
Right. Take it from me. I've been through this. I understand the dilemma that we're going through. There'll be people saying, Murray Benge, you've changed your mind. I haven't changed my mind. It's what is best for our ratepayers, who are the ones that are going to be paying these bills. And listening to the CEO, we only met yesterday for this first time, the chief executive, you can tell that he understands the process and the work that we have to go through. What was his name?
We won't go there now. We'll wait for the confidential section. Yep. Okay.
Well, anyway, sir, having listened to the whole debate, I say to you at Tauranga, you've got to get up to speed and understand where you're at. I don't think you do. We're divided council here, but in the interests of our ratepayers, and that's what we're representing today, it's not about appointments to committees. It's not about unelected people making the decisions. It is we representing the ratepayers. And by golly, we'll pass this because it is right to do so. And as for Thames Coromandel, the quicker you can get your people into gear, the better.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Councillor Coxhead.
I was actually just going to suggest that we just go around the table and let everybody speak because everyone's going to speak.
I'll do it the normal way, but Councillor Coxhead.
Okay, let's be normal. Let's try that. Okay. Yeah, it gives Grant time to write his speech. Rewrite, sorry. The local water done well journey started late 2024. On August the 5th, 2025, I voted in opposition to joining the proposed CCO with TCC. It's nothing personal, it's just business. Because I had too many unanswered questions and I preferred we take a more measured approach. However, the Water Service Delivery Plan was adopted on the 28th of August 25. We now have more information on legislation, further modelling and the role of tangata whenua in the shareholder stakeholder joint working group, that keeps changing its name. This is the biggest decision councils have had to make since the reforms in 1989, 37 years ago. The government has contrived the direction due to financial covenants such as the funds from operations debt to debt ratio, LGFA lending limits, in-house versus CCO, better loan terms offered by LGFA for CCO. Sorry, too many acronyms, I understand that. Interest rate coverage ratio of 1.5 and number of water connections. I have always believed this was a solution looking for a problem. We were told there were many off-ramps during the due diligence process, so don't worry, we can sign up for this now, do the due diligence, and if things don't work out, then we can get off the motorway, I suppose. Yeah, well, there will be a toll now. Now you've made me lose my place. Okay. And yet it seems that with government pressure to join the CCO, the exits really aren't open or taking a different direction would bring pressure from them and another toll. This was a lie. This is not how democracy should work. I think the Greeks did a pretty good job of defining democracy. Democracy comes from the Greek words demos, people, and kratos, meaning power of rule, meaning rule by the people. I have, however, become more comfortable with some of our agreed terms of reference. As I said, I was starting to get there. All council members on the joint working group to be elected and voted by each council respectively, strengthening anti-privatisation rules with a residents binding poll, only shareholder councils to hold A-class shares, and equal voting rights for both councils. However, my following concerns still remain. My view is this is a shareholder representation forum. You can call it whatever you want, but that's what it is. And this means to me only people who are elected by the people of shareholder councillors should be members of this group. This does not in any way preclude or ignore engaging with tangata whenua in a meaningful way. However, we have what we have thanks to a democratic decision. And therefore, it is my view that true representation would mean the same number of ratepayer representatives are included in this group on the same terms. So 3, 3, 3, 3. As elected members, we are sworn to look after all of our residents' interests, but there is no information being provided to our ratepayers along this journey. We did have consultation, and I'll come to that, nor feedback sought during the process. And yet these are the people expected to pay for this reform. Our consultation in 2025 was woefully inadequate. And I'm talking about this councils. I actually attended Tauranga councils, a couple of these, and I actually thought they were excellent. So I feel like we let our ratepayers down. We did not discuss the in-house model in any meaningful way. This was just a tick box exercise. The public feel underinformed and they feel that their concerns are being ignored. I agree with them. I'm nearly there. I am still not comfortable that moving stormwater into the CCO is the right decision. From a cost point of view and based on the modelling, it appears to make sense, but does it make sense in practice? I don't think we've really heard a really compelling view on that at this stage. I am not confident that we have our modelling right. It is only as good as the inputs. We have all seen how forecast and modelling has played out for Wellington Waters. Whilst there should be efficiencies on certain costs due to larger buying power within the CCO, it still has salaries for a new CEO and board, set-up costs of 9 million, new premises, rental costs and ongoing overheads. There will also be stranded overheads of 1 million per annum in this council. And what is the cost of time spent by council staff and elected members, consultants and legal opinions? The government should have been looking to support councils with urgent issues instead of pursuing expensive reforms. And finally, where I've landed now, Tauranga Council's Big Brother approach, introducing its position on cross-boundary funding of non-waters infrastructure just 3 weeks ago. This should not have even been in the conversation, and we are purely looking at waters. This has been deliberately added to pressure and to cause discontent and bring this waters decision into somewhat disrepute. It also is a matter that remains unresolved. I am not prepared to go into a relationship with such a large issue remaining unresolved. I can also see this being a preemptive move in council amalgamation, which is not even on the table. Any discussion of this or even implications of this implied mentions of this should not be held without full analysis and obviously a public poll. I have thought long and hard about my final decision, and I have landed where I do not believe we should join Tauranga Council in a waters CCO. I therefore oppose recommendation 4 and will not be voting for this council to join the CCO with TCC. It is my job to protect the interests of ratepayers, and that is what I am doing.
Thank you, Councillor Cox. Any other speakers? No one wants to speak? Councillor Beach? I thought we got away with it there, but anyway. Go on.
Hey, look, I'm happy to carry on, and some people mightn't like me after this, but I don't care. August 25, the council at the time, of which I was not part of, had to make a decision out of 5 choices to make. They chose to look into forming a CCO with Western Bay and Tauranga City. Here we are, 6 months later, a due diligence was performed with pros and cons. I was told that there would be many off-ramps or reset buttons along the way that any council could make off and jump off if they weren't happy. Up until yesterday, I thought that was the fact, but I was deeply disappointed that there was only one option we had. Unless there was a major catastrophe issue, i.e. like an earthquake that took out major parts of our water infrastructure, we would have thought that was the only thing we could do. But we thought we would have thought something like the cross-boundary issues or withholding water assets or using non-water infrastructure as a leverage would be a good reason to take an off-ramp or at least halt the proceedings. Changing the options would be, by what I understand, A, very expensive, B, take up vulnerable staff time to represent another way for the water delivery plan, and C, someone from the government with a big stick would put us back in line. But instead, we were told to negotiate in good faith. to solve our issues. But unfortunately, good faith and Taringa City in the same sentence is unachievable. With a very dysfunctional non-conforming council, this will never happen. The ironic thing, though, is that I do believe a CCO is beneficial to our ratepayers in the long-term financial gain. But forming a CCO with Western Bay and TCC is not in the best interest of our ratepayers. So for that reason, and only that reason, I can not support the joint CCO between Western Bay and Taringa City.
Thank you, Councillor Beach. Councillor Daly.
If I'm the last one, then would have
No, you're
wanted
not
a
the
bit
last
more
one.
time, but
Councillor Daly, go on.
Okay, I did have another speech prepared, but and I think it needs to be said because so here we are on the home straight, ready to cross the finish line with this decision today. Of course, we were propelled on this journey nearly 6 years ago, although as Rodney has pointed out, the national government after Havelock North was the real instigator. But nearly 6 years ago, when the sixth Labor government announced their Three Waters, a lot of numbers, Three Waters reform program, and embarked on a publicity tour to talk to councils all around the country. I'm perhaps for my sins of being around the table so long, I do remember these things, unlike some of you over there and some on this side as well. But I recall the gathering at Mount Maunganui Surf Club very clearly. This coincided with the announcement of a $761 million Three Waters infrastructure stimulus package where councils were required to participate in the initial stage of the reform program to access funding, which was considered by most as an unashamed bribe to soften the water. There were cynical off-ramps signalled for the next stages. However, it soon became apparent that this was coming by mandate, like it or not. The detailed structure and policy design, including the proposal to transfer council-owned water assets to 4 new regional water entities, or the big steal, and 50% co-governance. I better not say what I said about that. Were formally announced in October 2021, and this is when the reforms became widely known, politically contentious, and Three Waters became a dirty word. Time went by, we all accepted our handout and made good use of it for the benefit of our district and the housing space for us, for the benefit of our elder citizens and tangata whenua. As the resistance deepened from both councils and the wider public, Labor responded with changes to address the opposition. This included a last gasp attempt by new Minister McAnulty, whose bill that just arrived in Parliament could be useful this weekend if it was enacted, but some of you might get that, to reduce the size of the water orgs to smaller regional entities. And National proposed their own Local Waters Done Well proposal as part of their 2023 election campaign. The country had their say, Winston made his choice, and the rest is recent history. So I won't dwell on that aspect any longer, other than saying the new government made it clear that our choices were still being funneled towards a joined up approach between neighbouring councils. It's been a long and arduous journey. I was grateful to have been appointed to the 5-member Western Bay elected member governance group and hence participate in the joint working group, which was made up of 5 TCC councillors and 6 tangata whenua members. Our task was to work through the joint governance issues and the optioneering and the commercial term sheet, amongst other matters. Like Hakopa and Chad have said this morning, it was a respectful, open, honest, but ultimately safe space. Although sometimes it was perhaps a bit raw and fraught, I think it's fair to say that there is a clear gap between legislative consultation requirements and ultimate partnership principles put forward by tangata whenua. However, I'm reminded of a meeting of Te Maru o Kaituna River Authority, which I was a member of almost 10 years ago, where the respected kaumātua from Ngaitarangi, Charlie Tawhao, outlined his vision for the relationship between tangata whenua and local authorities. And he was hopeful that we were heading in the right direction, but acknowledged that our community was probably not ready for that level of partnership just yet, maybe in another 30 years, which I know for some is a long time. And when I told Maturi this, she said, "Oh, that's way too long." And it does probably reflect the state of our nation at the moment. I really need to acknowledge our tireless staff working directly with us. Adele, Ariel, EJ, CJ, Charles and Tyler, among others, who have shepherded us on this journey with issues and option papers, advice and guidance on this kaupapa. It is a different kind of pressure, but thank you for maintaining your dignity through the process. I know it's not easy having to answer the constant stream of questions or barrage from elected members. If I could interpret your looks into thoughts, I'm not sure I want to know, but there are possibly 3, possibly 4 elephants in the room. TCC, the role of tangata whenua, the prospect of amalgamation, and maybe the egos in the room. The relative size of Western Bay Plenty District Council has been referred to many times in the fashion of poor cousin, little brother, etc., etc. I'm just a minnow, maybe a fish called Nemo. However, if I can quote that famous pugilist, and I might be wrong in the attribution, Napoleon Bonaparte, it's not the size of the dog in the fight, it's the size of the fight in the dog. And to have a big brother looking over our fence and eyeing up our green pastures, which we have in abundance and they clearly wish were theirs. So reflecting on this and this decision, you know, what possible influence could I possibly have on this freight train that is rushing towards us? Well, I've tried at every possible opportunity to improve the outcomes. As late as 20 or 30 minutes ago when my failed amendment was made. But I think the reason I've tried is because of the fact that we've made this decision on a casting vote, and I could make it a majority 6-4 today, or I could make it another casting vote. And I've been told that's poor governance by Herb and the Mayor, which I agree. So in principle, I actually support the whole multi-council CCO. It's just the reservations about working with Big Brother. I think that has been the problem. So I really thought that my amendment was great. Let's bring in TCDC, more connections, more ratepayers, more cost benefits and savings. So even if we'd agreed with the previous amendment, this decision wouldn't have been a showstopper because we would have got direction from the DIA. We might have had to come back for another meeting in a few weeks. But anyway, we met the new CEO who we will be able to approve, it seems, after shortly. And that gave me great heart as to the benefits that will accrue from this arrangement. And you know, I think we're all uncomfortable about the might be's and the maybes, but ever since Three Waters was proposed and Scottish Water came and did their analysis, I was quite hopeful. But even with that Scottish Water analysis, there were two unknowns that they talked about, and that was climate change adaptation and the role of tangata whenua. So, and they didn't go into too much detail on that, but I think we've teased that out over the last few years. So I'd like to choose another famous quote from President Theodore Roosevelt, and I'm not sure if this applies to. No, I'm just about finished. One more. Ngā mihi nesi. Since I got the microphone. No, final quote, and I'm not sure, like I say, this may apply to Big Brother. Speak softly and carry a big stick.
Thank you very much, Councillor Daly. Councillor Joyce.
Today, I think we all know, is an important day. It's important for our residents, it's important for our ratepayers, our children, and our grandchildren, our mokopuna. It is also an important day for our environment. So I thought, being me, I'd lapse into a metaphor. A young couple wanted to buy a house for their family. They found a house for $500,000, forgive the round numbers, but my maths is stretched if I don't stick to those. And after raiding their KiwiSaver, they scraped together $100,000, their 20% deposit. So off to the bank they went, only to find that the lenders were not willing to come up with the rest. The bank said their income was not high enough for a $400,000 loan. It would only lend $300,000. If they wanted the house, they would have to double their deposit. Scale it up with a few more zeros, and that is where our Western Bay District Council sits with its waters business. We have some huge bills coming up. Just the Tipoki wastewater plant and sorting out Karikari's leaky wastewater network will cost more than $150 million. We have a big, so far unmet stormwater need in Waihi Beach, Mokoroa, Makatu, and potentially Te Puke. It's all in the documents. And we are a fast growing district with all the challenges that brings in terms of big waters capital investments. Like homeowners need a mortgage to afford a house, we need to spread the cost of these and other waters projects over the life of the assets, typically 35 to 50 years. If we cannot spread that investment through loans over the life of the projects, we either cannot do the work or we have to pay up front. This is what the lenders are telling us, along with the government and our own experts. In my view, these financial constraints are already impacting on spending on stormwater in the Western Bay. Waihi Beach has long identified stormwater issues, for example, and resolving these have been slow. It is not a popular view, but I believe financial constraints have been a factor in those delays in Waihi Beach, as the council tries to fit all its required work into its budgets. We need to accelerate our investment in our waters assets for the health and safety of our residents and their children, for the environment, and to meet increased government regulations. We cannot solve the housing crisis without more houses, and those houses need a safe water supply, environmentally responsible wastewater disposal, and homes that are safe from the increasing frequency of big deadly storms. We cannot put all this cost on existing ratepayers. Early on in this process, one of our consultants said it was theoretically possible for Western Bay to keep its waters operation in-house. A few people have seized on that, but they forgot about the second half of that message. To keep it in-house would require a heroic increase in costs for our ratepayers. We would be turning ourselves into a water company, and we still could not do that properly. If the bank won't lend you the money for your mortgage, you have to put more money up front. It's really that simple. Today's ratepayers cannot afford to do all the work and pay for it up front, so that we either make our people suffer poor health and environmental outcomes, or we move forward together to build something better. I choose to make a better future for our ratepayers, our residents generally, our children, our mokopuna, and our environment. Has the path always been smooth? No, this is a venture that is new for our district and has understandably made many people nervous. We did hold public meetings that involved the public when we came up with the plan a year ago. Today is about implementing that plan that we put out to public consultation. Was the consultation perfect? No, but it laid out the issues to the public by the end of the consultation period, if not at the beginning when it should have been. There has been the cross-border issue that Tauranga has tried to bring to the table at the last minute. Intense discussions over the past few days show that to be more of a pop gun than a gun to our head. It is still there, but the previous talk of leverage has now turned to more talking it through, which is what it always should have been. To stretch that metaphor, the only gunfire so far has been a shot to the instigator's own foot, which has eroded trust, but frankly has not even advanced its own interests. I do want to briefly address the Thames Coromandel issue, the true cross-border issue that's facing us. I acknowledge that TCDC is a bit of a hard place, but the treaty issues are similarly real, and we cannot just please one side and forget the other. Nessie's just gone, but I'm very happy that she was here with her Matakana whānau today, and I do want to keep the dialogue open. You are, after all, in my ward, you are my voters. I will always have your interests in my heart and mind. I look forward to seeing you on Matakana Island in a few weeks, and happy to talk through this and any other issues you and your people want to address. The pressure to help out TCDC has come down from government, where we've consistently said the treaty issues need to be addressed too. Government cannot escape its role in that. To be absolutely clear, government needs to bring the same energy to this part of the issue as it has to the other cross-border issue. Lastly, there is a fear that forming a waters company will lose democratic control. This is actually a fundamental difference between this plan and that of the previous government. We will be an active and interested shareholder in governing this waters company. Knowing our wonderfully stroppy councillors, you can be sure of that. As has been said by others, the kaupapa in front of us today is the most important decision we'll make this term, and perhaps the most important decision of our political lives. So I focus on the big issue. And out of respect for the motto behind me, for our people, today I vote in favour of this because I vote for the future of our ratepayers, our residents, our children, our mokopuna, and our environment. This is the best way forward for them.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Joyce. Councillor Sol.
Thank you, sir. I look at this and I keep saying, best deal for the ratepayer. And I believe basically, as I did when this first arose, and I didn't like the idea, but what made me go with the whole thing was the best deal for my ratepayers, the people that are struggling to pay the rates now, let alone what it's going to look like in 6 or 10 years. So it was in many ways a no-brainer. Get on with it and do it. Could we do better? Probably. We've been a little bit peculiar in some of this process. It's always been like just being railroaded. From the start, it was like, it's years of being railroaded, actually. It's like it buries you because it has taken a long time to get to this point, but there's been all sorts of other things that have come along and you're just being put into it. We actually should have waited, which is what I wanted personally to do. When this came up, do we go with it? I felt, why shouldn't we wait? There are plenty of councils that have. And I think that it's one of those situations where we could have had time to look at some of the other operations. We could have taken a little more time to start doing a little bit of cherry picking from what has happened and how it got to being and how it operated. But no, we jumped in. Great being a leader. I actually, again, to counter my story here, I don't mind us being a leader, but this is big. And so that was the case. So we hopped in. We adopted a water services agreement, delivery agreement, 25th of August, 26, with off-ramps. We were told there were off-ramps. Don't get too worried about it. We'll just go down the line doing some work. And then if it doesn't really fit, we still can go out and take another option. Rules changed, or we didn't get the whole story. Something's happened here because all of a sudden off-ramps are like, frankly, the off-ramp is you've got to climb Mount Taranaki first and then jump off. It's not an off-ramp. The off-ramps are pretty poor. We did consultation, okay, over a year ago. We didn't offer all the options to our people. And we didn't. There's no way you can argue that we did. We didn't give them all the options. I'm not saying that the options would have been necessarily the right one, but we didn't give them that option. So to me, the ratepayers basically were also just taken down a road. Yeah, basically the off-ramps were the thing that I feel we've really had a hard time with. We've been fed an orchestrated litany of tales, to borrow from somebody that decided to, well, was placed in a position to comment on a major air crash. But it has been a pile of tales where we're told these things, and guess what? Sorry, DEA, somewhere along the line, either we didn't get the message, and that mightn't be your problem, that might be ours, or basically DIA or the government didn't give us a very clear message as to what those off-ramps were and what the hoops would be to get down those off-ramps. We were led down the garden path. So then we're told it's too late or it's too hard. Today we had an opportunity to actually try and take one of those off-ramps for a little while, get a bit of a breather. Another one was, have a cup of tea. I can remember from a former Prime Minister. And then we could have got somewhere perhaps between the two councils, created the good feeling that we need between us to really get ahead. Because I've made some pretty harsh comments but actually as individuals, guys, I still do like you. And you're in the same position as us, okay? But we are just not really getting that feeling, I don't think. This is a large deal. It's hundreds of millions of dollars. I've done fairly large deals before in my life. And the first thing I always learned was make sure the I's were dotted and the T's were crossed. This deal has too many not crossed T's, not dotted I's, as it sits at this moment. There's lots of things in the background, but basically, those are things then that I can take from again, the mayor of TCC, his opening comments again, that they're going to be revisited and kept on going. In other words, we're going to be litigating this one way or another for heaven knows how long as we hold out, probably, is probably where you see it. Well, I will hold out. I hope my councillors do, fellow councillors do as well. This is not a good way to go about things. So to me, when you have a deal that's clean and people can move on with it because they can see it, it is transparent, away you go. You want to bring in side issues, then I'm sorry, that is not clean. I do not accept that as clean. So to me, this is a bad deal for our people. It shows poor governance not to have tied up all those things. I'm throwing that back at us. Our governance has been, in this sense, then very poor to get to this meeting today and still have these issues hanging over us when we accept this deal. And by the look of it, I'm saying that it's likely to go through because I gather that I can also count and the numbers go that way. All right. So to me, it's a pretty sad situation. I actually don't really like the idea of stormwater being in there, but okay, we've lost that. The ongoing, non-water cross-boundary issues, you've just got to get sorted out. Nothing to do with this deal, okay? We face those unnecessary costs, etc., that are coming up. Do I feel comfy with this partner? No. As it sits at present, no. Can you change it? Yep. Yep, it can be changed, but it'll be up to you now. To me, my thing to you is please show some good faith. Show that you want to work and meet with us. Let's us also find some common ground to work with you and let's progress it. But today, I will vote against the motion.
Thank you, Councillor Sol. Councillor Ray.
Thank you. Firstly, I'm looking in the paper and I just want to highlight a couple of the disadvantages that are listed here. Because for me, those four there, that's enough alone for me to feel very uncomfortable about this. And again, I don't feel that it is 100% in the best interest of our people in the Western Bay, because after all, that is what we are elected to do. So the first one states that the water organisation will have a sub-regional focus, which may risk prioritisation for Western Bay issues. So that is not good for me, number one. And then the community has a degree of separation from operational decisions. Another one that's a no from me. There's confusion around who is responsible for the different services. I draw back to when the regional council, we used to collect the rate for that and then it got transferred back to them. Major confusion in the district, and to this day, we still get blamed for double dipping. And I know that we're not doing that, but the people very confused. And then lastly, the $1 million of stranded overheads, as Councillor Cox had alluded to. Those disadvantages are enough for me alone to not be able to support this. One last thing too, the Martin Jenkins modelling. Obviously, I thank them for the process that we went down to do that. But they note that there are compounding efficiencies and they are significant, but they're not evident for 7 years and they're not meaningful for 17 years. So I think our public are automatically very confused that their water bills are going to go up whether they like it or not. And I don't really know if that's an us thing, that's a central government thing, who's to blame? I don't know. Have we been under investing in our water infrastructure? Maybe. I can't speak to that because I haven't been a member of this council for 10 years like others. So just a reminder that these are all assumptions of assumptions, because that's the way that we are prescribed to do what we do here. We have to assume things in order to get to the next stage. So I feel that this has been a very rushed, even though it's been a long time, but it has still been rushed because we're crammed with 200 pages of reading and then come back and make the decision in a few days' time on the fly. That's very difficult to do that. And I'm not blaming staff for that because I understand the difficulty of the work that they've had to bring to us as well. So definitely not a personal thing, just the nature of what we're dealing with. So it's been a rush prescribed process all the way through. I do agree with what Councillor Beach and Councillor Song mentioned, that we were promised that there were off-ramps and there weren't any. So I will not be supporting the motion today.
Thank you, Councillor Ray. Councillor Elvin.
Enjoying being here, guys. Yeah, I thought you probably thought you had it tough. Look, I've listened to my my fellow councillors, and look, I acknowledge that our sensitivities have been sorely tested by you guys, you know, and I appreciate that we've been press ganged to a certain extent into this by a central government process with bribes about the right to get higher borrowing levels. But I also agree with Councillor Joyce. We need to be adequately investing in the future, and if this is the way through, then maybe that's right. I acknowledge there's been quite a few deficiencies in the process, and you know, sometimes that's just the fact of life. I came into this quite late and had to get through a mountain of reading. Thank you, Adele. I inadvertently left the pile of paper in Wellington, and it cost me about $70 to get it couriered back. It was so heavy. What I can't accept as a reason for not going into this, however, is the failure of us to not be properly prepared ourselves for something. It is the biggest issue we're facing with. It was very obvious to me quite early, reading all the information we had, that our off-ramps were cliffs. And if you didn't find that out early, then you haven't done your job. And it is way too late to using that as an excuse not to do something at this late stage. We can't blame everybody else for our own failure to be properly prepared. And look, I agree, TCC have grandstanded a bit. You know, they called us names. They've used a few political cheap shots. So what? My skin's a bit thicker than that. I agree that there are issues about their conduct that I found a bit unpalatable. So what? We're talking about what's in the best interest of our ratepayers. We are not perfect ourselves. I don't need to tell you guys that. I just ask that we examine that for ourselves. I get back to the key issues. Is this the best for our ratepayer? Yes, I know big isn't always best, but by gee, it goes a long way, as you're all complaining here about the big guys beating us up. But I also ask the question, if not this, then what? Are we going to simply sit by and be told what to do? I think we need to continue to control our destiny to the best way we can, and it's not going to be perfect. I think we need to show a bit of courage, Grant, that there genuinely is a bit of fight in the little dog, that we don't throw our toys away and hide in the kennel. There is a bit of fight in this dog. And I think TCC know that. And I think we're capable of working through these issues. You know, there's a risk in everything. Risks in everything. And when you're measuring risk, I think you've always got to consider the reward. And I think the rewards here do outweigh the downsides and the risks. Now, Grant, you know, you're throwing a few quotes in, but I thought I'd find one that might be helpful. And I think it's helpful for us all. And I think it's part of what we're living through at the moment. We live in a moment of history where change is so speeded up that we begin to see the present only when it is already disappearing. And I think that we've had some of these stuff forced on us, 2 governments in a row. We've got to get with the program. This issue is disappearing behind us. We've got to get on board. We've got to make the best of it, and we've got to do the best for our ratepayers. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Alvin. Any other speakers for Grant? So I'll do my right of reply. Councillor Dinsdale, did you want to speak?
Thank you to everyone today, and for the conversations we have heard. In terms of recognition or recommendation number 4, and the proposed to the water organisation with Tauranga City Council, I support that. I support that on the grounds that I have been instructed by Tangata Whenua that they look forward to the work programme ahead. They look forward to some robust discussions around cross-boundary issues. So one of the questions that I asked Tangata Whenua today was around cross-boundaries and water takes. The answers that they gave were clear, and Nessie herself for Naitarangi and Matakana Island, they're clear on where they stand. So in terms of what organisation were TCC or Tauranga City Council, and I'm, by the way, FYI, I'm not offended with all that kōrero, big brother, little cousin, big cousin, unlike some, because to me, I believe that we were brought together to work together. And it was, and our iwi have been proactive in telling us if we work together in kotahitanga, then we will work together to get the results for our ratepayers. The Māori ratepayers right now are very supportive of the water organisation with Tauranga City Council. Kia ora.
Thank you, Councillor Dinsdale. So that just leaves me to speak on this matter. I try not to give too many cliches and sayings. We've had quite a few of those. But today marks the culmination of a long and complex journey on water reform. I don't blame people if they haven't felt they're able to keep up. It's been quite a fast pace, but also lengthy journey. But I would, in response to what some have said, we have done a lot to keep our community informed. Mahi and I went for the road together. I've done videos with Martin. There have been numerous meetings and media releases and quite a lot of it. But we always find out with consultation, people will always say, I never knew about this. That's unfortunately the nature of a beast. But this reflects, this journey reflects, well, where we are now reflects extensive due diligence and careful consideration of the long-term benefits, not only for our district, but the wider sub-region. It's not always been easy. We've heard that today. But actually, overall, it's largely been a positive and collaborative experience between ourselves, TCC and Tangata Whenua. And when things have got tough, I've always put to the fore that this is about doing what's best for our community. And as outlined in today's agenda, or it's our agenda, the outcomes are demonstrably worse for our ratepayers if we choose not to join together. Establishing a joint water organisation gives us the best opportunity to deliver safe, resilient, and affordable water services. So that's why I'm choosing to join with TCC in a water organisation. Thank you. So with that, I'm going to put the vote. So all those in favour of recommendation 4, that we establish a multi-council water organisation with Tauranga City Council, please raise your hands. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And those against? 1, 2, 3, 4. That's 6, 4. That's carried. Thank you. Division, of course. Right, we'll try and get through the next items, and then we'll hand over to TCC. I have offered Mahi the option of lunch at their point, but we'll see where we get to. So recommendation 5 notes that council remains open to working with other councils that may wish to consider joining the multi-council water organisation in the future, and will be subject to appropriate due diligence and council approval. I will draw your attention to the fact we are discussing Thames Coromandel directly in the next recommendation, so suggest we keep this one light. So Councillor Sol, you moving that one? Okay, and the seconder, Councillor Joyce seconded that. Are there any speakers? Councillor Elvin.
I'd like to have a bit of fun. Can I move an amendment?
I assume that's a joke. I hope it's a joke. Okay. Okay, Deputy Mayor.
I'd like to move an amendment, and I hope Councillor Alvin will second it. And that is that we also write to the Minister of Justice, Paul Goldsmith, and ask him to get on with a treaty settlement for Thames Coromandel and Western Bay. He's dragging the chain, and it should have been resolved, and it's stopping iwi supporting this. So, sir, I think it's fundamental.
May I suggest that might be better put onto the next recommendation? Would you happy with that?
Oh, well, yes, certainly.
Okay.
And I would happily support that, Margaret.
Okay. Okay. So, are there any other speakers for recommendation 5? Go on then.
I would like to speak to it because a lot has been said that's been critical of our staff, and our staff have worked so hard, and I think it's really important that we thank them. It's not as long with TCC, and Adele has worked she's worked tirelessly. Exactly, actually, Adele. And Ariel has been so supportive as well. They've tried to keep us informed, and so I think I'd just like to acknowledge that. And I will stress that the Minister of Local Government made a promise and he didn't keep it. And I'm very annoyed.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. So if there's no, Councillor Daly.
Look, I did miss a couple of quotes that I wanted to slip in here, but
don't feel you have to. You're holding. You're the only thing between us and lunch.
I'm speaking in support of this, and I think for me, I asked Marlon Bridge from DIA, you know, from his vast experience with water care and Manukau Water, as I've just found it this morning, and other water organisations in the DIA, that there are cost benefits and savings to be had from a multi-council CCO. And he talked about the Auckland Super City when that was set up, and or water care, I should say, and that the immediate cost savings that came within the first year were in the order of 25%, I think he said. And I think and that's from the benefit of his vast experience, as I've already said. And I know, and I think we all took heart from that, but then I reflect and think, well, we're just talking about getting into bed with one big council with a lot of debt and a lot of a big CapEx program. So are we going to see those sort of benefits? Probably not. And so that's why I fully support the inclusion of bringing other councils if they're interested into our CCO, and let's really get these benefits going. And rather than speaking again about the CEO appointment, I think talking to him, meeting him yesterday, and his expectations of how he wants to run things, his experience with EOY in the Waikato, I really take heart in the fact that this is the right decision. And so I'll finish with my quote from George Washington: "For it is a fixed principle with me that whatever is done should be done well." So I'll leave it with that.
Thank you, Councillor Daly. I'm going to put the motion. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Against? It's carried. Which takes us on to the last recommendation in this item, which is directing the CE and other staff to work with Thames Coromandel District Council with the intention that they were able to join us. That's a paraphrasing of that. And I'm looking for a mover and seconder for that, please. Please.
So that needs to be read in conjunction with number 5, because it could be read as being the CEO and the program director doing the work, but actually the council needs to do the work, right? So it needs to be, I just want to check that you're not suggesting that the council be left out of that equation. I would, in fact, perhaps I would move an amendment that the council.
Well, so no one's moved anything, so it's not an amendment, but can you just explain?
Well, can I just suggest we take out much of the first line that council works with?
Yeah.
Because I mean, otherwise we bring it down to individual staff, which is a bit crazy. And it's very clear from this process that this council wants to be involved. So I'd move without those words.
And can I suggest if you wanted to move with an inclusion of about writing a letter, if that's
considering I moved it last year as well, I'm happy to move it again.
Would you like to provide some wording for that?
Thank you. That's a hospital pass, because I thought Margaret was in charge of that one. Yeah, exactly. I can see that. It's basically a repeat of what we said last August, that the Minister for Treaty Settlements, we were wordsmiths this very carefully last time, the Minister for Treaty Settlements be asked to expedite the resolution of treaty issues between, Taro Moana or Ngāti Tarangi rather, and Hauraki, to make this process move forward more smoothly. I mean, there's probably better wording, but
I think we've got the gist, and we'll work. So the actual letter will be, we say the right things.
But I mean, and speaking to that, look, we made the same point last August. Remember, we said, get off your butt, government, get involved. I've already said it today. Frankly, they came back and said, oh, it's up to you. This is too important for that. So, and as for Thames Coromandel, as long as it's subject to due diligence and council approval, then yes, we should be talking to them as directed by the minister.
Thank you. We need a second. We need a seconder. Is that
point of order? I moved that recommendation and you ignored it, and it's not good enough. But I'm happy to second that recommendation.
I'm sorry if I missed it. Okay.
I have another question, sir.
If you're happy to second it, that would be fine. Question.
Yep. So can I just get a clarification, please, on the wording? So it says council will work with tangata whenua. Can we just get a clarification about what the word tangata whenua is meaning there? Because if it's just as directed by the minister that we're working with iwi chairs and iwi chairs alone, then I'm not happy to support that recommendation.
No, the intention is that it's a wider group that would absolutely include people like Nessie, because this was intended to address her concerns that were previously addressed. So to address the previously expressed concerns, concerns were expressed by those in our partnership forum.
Yeah, but then if you say you're going to write to the minister and get him, because we already wrote to the minister, and then the minister came back saying that we should just hold off on talking with others and just deal with these groups and these groups alone.
He did not say hold off.
No, but what I mean is he didn't say go and specifically talk with Matakana. So that's concerning. I don't think a letter to the minister is going to be helpful. If tangata whenua are not able to work out their treaty settlements, there's obviously reasons for that. And I don't think a letter to the minister or to anyone really, we shouldn't even have any involvement in that. It is not for us to dictate what it is that they should be doing in their space of treaty settlements.
I mean, you're free to vote against the motion. I mean, if you've got better wording for who you mean by tangata whenua, then that is, I'm happy to suggest that to the mover and seconder. I mean, I think we're under no illusions that, you know, you don't solve a 20-year issue with a letter, but it shows intent at least.
Why would there be a point then?
Which shows intent. You got a question, Councillor Daly?
Could we just clarify the amended recommendation, please?
I think Robin will read that out if she's got something.
So the first part of the recommendation is we're deleting the words directs the Chief Executive and Program Director Water Organisation and just going that Council works with. That reads through. And then second part will be that Council requests the Chief Executive writes to the Ministry of Treaty Settlements to ask that the resolution of treaty issues between Tauranga Moana and Hauraki iwi be expedited, well, to expedite a settlement process.
A follow-up question. We learnt from our previous discussion with the amendment that any changes to the water services delivery plan would require further public consultation. So this will be something that occurs. I know that the working with Pacific iwi is a thing, but we also need to consult with the wider public.
That would be my understanding, but obviously we can't say we're going to consult right now because we haven't got to that stage.
No, but I'd also like to add in the word consultation in terms of due diligence, consultation and council approval as well. Public consultation and council approval at the very end, if that's still at the very end.
Where would that be, Councillor Daly?
At the end of recommendation 5, the original one. Appropriate due diligence, public consultation and council approval.
Well, I think that's covered under recommendation 5. Okay, so the recommendation 5, which you passed, will be subject to appropriate due diligence and council approval. Okay. All right, so we've got the wording, we've got the deleted bit of wording, and we've got the new wording for this second part of the recommendation. Any other speaker? Any other questions?
I just wonder, in response to Councillor Ray's issue, that rather than telling the minister he's got to fix it, really we should be telling him to facilitate it, because he's only going to be a participant in the process for that, or an encourager of the process, but he's certainly not going to be able to fix it.
So Councillor Joyce has indicated he's happy with that approach. Deputy Mayor, are you happy with that approach that he facilitates? I think that would be that would be helpful. Right. So with that, I think we can move to debate. Do you want to speak to your motion, Councillor Joyce, or you kind of already have, I suppose? Okay. Deputy Mayor, did you want to speak? Yes.
Yes, I do. It's been from the beginning that Matakana, and I don't know which iwi they belong to, but they're Matakana people, and they were adamant that in fact they couldn't support because of treaty settlements. And it seems so logical that this has gone on for so long, and it really means that the minister has got to get himself into gear and actually negotiate and help to bring about that settlement. And so I'm very much in favour of it. I also would like to say that you've got tangata whenua to be informed, but it's really important that our ratepayers are actually well informed as well. And we've left them out of that number 1. So I'm very much, it's been a long drawn out process and we're getting there, and this will just tidy it up well. And if we could get Thames Coromandel into the system, then I think we will have done well, and we will have done them proud as well. And so if the minister, and they're dawdling up there in Parliament, and if they can negotiate and encourage a settlement, that would be so worthwhile for everybody's sake.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Any other speakers? Alan, Councillor Sol.
Thank you, sir. I just want to make the point that we definitely need to be consistent here as well. Whilst there are some requirements, one way or another, imposed here, I have spoken very firmly earlier today about cross-border issues here and how it doesn't fit with the waters. And I've got to say, we've got to draw some sort of consistency with the treaty situation. It is not part of this water deal. It is an important factor to be taken into account, but we must not let the opportunity to progress the water company by holding up potential other partners to join us purely because of that issue. In other words, I'm just saying, let's be aware we need to be consistent. I can't belt Tauranga City Council on the head because they're bringing in this other outside issue, and nor can I bang anybody else or restrict TCDC from maybe joining us purely because some Maori decide no. We've got to separate that issue. I just want to be clear that I feel strongly about that, sir.
Thank you. So a few words on this one. I'm keen to expand our partnership to Thames Coromandel District Council. I think it would be beneficial to all our ratepayers, and the modelling shows that. The Minister has given us clear direction on this matter, but I would like to reassure Tangata Whenua, and particularly those of Tauranga Moana, that we will keep talking. We will do our best to address the concerns you have shown. And we want to see an outcome that works for everyone, for our council, for Tauranga City Council, for Thames Coromandel District Council, and for Tangata Whenua. And who knows, maybe this is optimistic, but it may even help to build relationships towards that long-awaited treaty settlement. So I'm supportive of this recommendation. Councillor Ray.
So I'm just going to speak against this motion. So I didn't support recommendation number 4. However, we are where we are. I supported recommendation number 5 based on where we landed on number 4, because I do actually want to work with other councils. Recommendation 6, though, these parties, including us, we've all been aware of this issue from the very beginning, as Deputy Mayor Murray Benn suggested. Nessie came to the table all those many months ago, potentially years, and told us the consequences of doing what we wanted to do and going with them. Therefore, we all changed our minds and went, no, we're not going to do that. So to suddenly say that now we're going to write back to the minister again and tell him to get on with it, I just absolutely do not agree with that. So I'll just leave it there. I won't be supporting.
Thank you, Councillor Ray. Any other speakers? No. So in which case, with the wording that has been changed, I'll put the motion moved by Councillor Joyce, seconded by Deputy Mayor Murray Benge. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Against? That's carried. Would you like a division? Okay, so division on that one. So with that, the motion was carried, and that's the end of the open section. And I think so I'll now adjourn our council meeting and hand it over to Mayor Drysdale with a suggestion that we may want to lunch at this point. Yeah.
Yeah, so we will break for lunch. How much? 20 minutes, half an hour. See you back at 1:30. Where's our rest of our councillors? Right, kia ora and welcome back, everyone. We are re-adjourning our meeting. Just a couple of things. Firstly, just want to acknowledge tangata whenua, and I apologise I missed them out. I talked about iwi and the joint working group, but not specifically tangata whenua. So I apologise for that, and just make a mention and a thank you for the input that they've had through this process. Before we start this, I just want to in the light of efficiency, just address some of what we've heard. I think the cross-boundary issue has clearly been a big part of Western Bay's discussion today, and I just want to address some of that. Firstly, it's not part of the waters deal, and we aren't confusing that at all. It just may have some impact on the way that the organisation is structured. Cross-boundary issues are a history between the two councils for as long as the two councils have been in existence. And in history, big developments that are contiguous on the boundary have generally been dealt with through a boundary realignment. So that is what's happened in the past. Again, saying we brought this up at the last minute, not true. My first letter went to Mayor Denyer in September, and the final letter came back to us on the 28th of February. And what the difference was is that clearly there's a change in those cross-boundary issues that were contiguous, that Western Bay no longer wish to look at boundary realignment. So, that had a significant impact on how we dealt with things in the past, and that gave us a significant risk to our ratepayers on some of those developments. So, that was part of the due diligence process. That's where it's came from. However, it has nothing to do with the waters organisation, and that's the frustrating thing, I guess, that I'm hearing today is there's a mix here. And as I said, whether we have an agreement or not, we will go ahead with the waters organisation, and it has very little impact on how that happens. So, we've heard about intent and actions. The last 4 months, the two councils have worked together. We've worked through 47 different issues, and we've effectively agreed on all of them, apart from one issue that hasn't been dealt with. So, to say that we can't come to an agreement in the next 12 months, well, not sure we should be working together at all. And, as an example, a couple of letters and one afternoon, James and I have come to a draft agreement on one of those boundary issues. So look, I don't think this is a big issue. You guys have clearly made it a big issue, but it's not. And I'm very confident that we'll come to a fair and equitable outcome, and we are working in good faith. We talked about little brother, big brother, said that was potentially insulting. I disagree with that. That means we're family, and we see you as family. And it's one party is bigger than the other. But talking about good faith, we've given you 50% of the voting rights on this organisation. So there is nothing that we can do without you guys also agreeing, because most of the decisions that we make has to be unanimous, and that means that we need both your council and our council to agree. So, I think it just wanted to address that I think if you're talking good faith, I think we've been very good faith, and if we wanted to pull one over you or ram it through, we would have taken our 80% the vote, and we would have made all the decisions, without you. But that's not what we're trying to do here. We're trying to work together because, as you have pointed out, this is better for both of our ratepayers. And I think, all the modelling, to be fair, is probably underestimating some of those efficiencies that we get if we build one network effectively that services the whole region. So I think, I'm very confident that, I guess the one big issue that you brought up will be solved very simply, and is not going to become an issue. Even if it does become an issue, it's not going to affect the Waters organisation. That is, we have all the intent to do that, and I think this is something that we do need to deal with. And we're about to go through a reorganisation process in local government, and there's some very simple solutions to our problem that potentially we should do a lot more together. And if we did a lot more together, these issues wouldn't become a place. So I wanted to deal with that because what we're going to talk about shortly is local waters done well. And we're not going to go into cross-boundary issues because that's not what we're discussing today. We're talking about a water services organisation that Western Bay have just agreed to do with us, and now it's our turn to consider that, have a debate, and look as to whether we think it's in the best interests to join you. So that's where we are, and now I'll hand over to Christine Jones, and I'll let her to introduce. Yeah.
I had a couple of questions. One of them is, so just to be really explicit, because I know it has been a big issue across the table. Can you confirm on the record that you made the statement that cross-boundary issues will not impact the Waters organisation? So can you confirm that we will not withhold assets no matter what is assessed around the non-Waters assets?
No, I won't confirm that. And if we were to withhold assets, then that would mean that they'd get a larger share of the organisation.
Oh, just point of order or something. I'm sort of just while I compose myself. I thought we were just trying to put this to bed and say, and I just wanted to put it really clearly so anyone, I think there's still a few people in the audience and people watching, but you've now just contradicted, I would have thought, what you just said, because you've said that will have nothing to do with the waters entity, but it literally makes up the assets of the water entity. So I'm really struggling now. I was quite happy. I was sort of thinking, well, that's one of my big concerns. But now you're saying,
well, it has no impact on starting up a waters organisation with Western Bay.
Give me a feel for it, maybe. Could you disclose anything about your draft agreement for one of the areas to give us a sense of how this is being resolved? Because to be fair to my colleagues across the table and some at this table, I knew nothing about this until it was given to us, I can't remember, 2-3 weeks ago. And we talked about it last week. We had days of notice. It suddenly sprung upon us. So yes, the mayors have been at a table for 6 months of writing letters, but we've had absolutely nothing to do with any of it. And I know I lost the, some of, I think, Councillor Rolleston and others put forward an amendment, and we lost that perspective in our meeting, but it doesn't change the reality that there are people in this room who are deeply concerned about it. So I think it just seems a strange process to sort of say, right, let's go for it, we'll put it all to bed, nothing to see here. But now you've literally said it could impact the waters organisation.
Well, no, I said it will not impact the starting of a waters organisation. It has nothing to do with it.
Okay, so your clarification now is that it will not affect the start date of the waters.
Well, no, it will not. It will not affect going in. It's not dependent on the waters organisation at all.
So could it possibly impact the asset base of the waters organisation?
What's that?
Could the non-waters assets issues between our councils, including potentially Thames Coromandel, could they in any way impact the assets, or will we commit
it could
to putting
impact the
in all the
assets,
assets?
but it won't affect the establishment of the waters organisation.
We exactly where we started the meeting, which is nowhere, but I appreciate you filled in the time.
Glenn, if you're happy to go and allow TCC ratepayers to continue to cross-subsidise Western Bay ratepayers when they're on the boundary, and then that's a decision for council. But we've resolved that that's not what this council.
Well, I'd like a right of reply to that, because I was just talking to our esteemed company from Thames Coromandel Council just about the challenges that they're having with cross-boundary issues from people from here, and I point at all of us around this table, and from Auckland in particular, who don't pay for their facilities, and it has a much bigger impact than a few people across the road at Bell Road. And then you likewise in Wellington and Christchurch, there's massive issues there around that. So, I mean, I'm not saying we need to sort it out today, but I just think we need to be a bit fair-minded in how we're going to phrase it and maybe communicate it to our public, because all around the country, there are far bigger issues that are not being dealt with in this way. And we're trying to link it to an asset base of a waters entity. And I just think we need to be honest and say, yes, it will impact the waters entity.
But no, it will not affect the establishment of the waters entity. So we'll leave it there. I'll now hand over to Christine, and she will take us through the report that we're here to deal with.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll just give a relatively short summary. So a lot of it's already been covered this morning in Western Bay, but we have gone through a comprehensive program of analysis of options, including looking at both the financial and non-financial implications of a range of water service delivery options. And we've been working on that since about mid-2024. So the sort of key milestone was, there were many, but probably if you go back to August 2025, when Tauranga City Council adopted the Water Service Delivery Plan that provided for a multi-council water organisation with Western Bay Plenty District Council, and it was always the intention that that would be structured in a manner that other councils could join over time, and it's been a key theme. At that time, you also approved entering into a commitment agreement with Western Bay around the process that you'd go through in terms of a due diligence to get more of an understanding of the issues, identify if there were any risks or implications, and consider whether there was any reason why you wouldn't want to proceed, and get financial updated information. So we worked through since January with the joint working group all of those issues, and they came together on the 24th of March when you considered a number of reports. Those reports covered the commercial terms, so the 47 that someone just spoke about before, a number of due diligence reports covering a range of factors, a financial update which updated the business plan with more recent information, and some work around cost remaining with council, which was a specific request from Tauranga City Council elected members. We also reflected the decision of February 2026 when Tauranga City Council made the decision that you would deal with 3 waters as an integrated package, so that stormwater, water and wastewater would all be delivered through the same water service delivery method, was the majority vote at the time. In 24th of March, picking up the points that Tangata Whenua reps made this morning, you passed resolutions around being committed to working in partnership and engagement and continuing the arrangements with Tangata Whenua, and you made a decision that the existing arrangements would either be retained or enhanced going forward in the Waters organisation, and that was a particular issue that had been raised by Tangata Whenua, both in the hui last year that they referred to this morning and the position paper that was presented by Tangata Whenua. So if I was to sum all of that up, all of that work has been very comprehensive and thorough, and that process hasn't identified any matters that would prevent the successful establishment of the water organisation. All of the financial modelling that's been done and the additional work where we've been able to update financial information with more complete information, that's confirmed multi-council water organisation is the lowest cost option, both for residences and businesses in Tauranga. So on the basis of all of that work coming together over the last sort of year and a half, the staff recommendation is that you would proceed with the multi-council water organisation. Craig was to be here, but he's had to leave, so I do have a finance phone a friend if you have any questions on finance, but yeah, he's had to go.
Right, is there any questions? Yes, Councillor Kura.
Thank you, CJ. Regarding stormwater charging via the council rates and the potential for a workaround given the current law, if I can call it that, regulation, sort of precludes that, in my view, quite clearly precludes it. And so the potential for that workaround to be able to introduce a rate via the council in a progressive fashion, because that is my and other people's concern. If it's not done on the value of the property or something similar, to introduce a progressive tax, then what are the other options? If you looked at your level of confidence in terms of achieving that, and say if you had 2 as a fairly low point and 8 at a very high point of confidence, where would you sit? Closer to 2 or closer to 8? And if it's closer to 2, what are the options available?
I'll have a go at this, and Charles might want to add. So we have reported that to you previously in a council report around the options. We did have some legal advice that from Simpson Grierson that indicated that you could use a rating mechanism, charge it through the water organisation. At the meeting where you considered that report, you passed a resolution for us to do further work on that, and we committed to do so should you make a decision at this meeting to proceed with the water organisation. Then that would be a piece of work in that work program, when we made it clear at that time that it wouldn't be something that we would be able to do the work on and report back prior to this decision. But the legal advice that we received did indicate that there was a clear pathway. That Charles might want to add to that.
Just that this is not an issue that needs to be resolved today, tomorrow, or even next year. You've got 5 years to move off that property's rateable value charge. And as we've advised at previous council meetings, that this is an issue that the whole country will be grappling with. So there will be a lot of guidance from other water organisations as to how they're dealing with this. And there are a range of reasonable options that I'm sure will represent fair charging for that service.
And that solution could come from central government in terms of a change of its position.
It could do. We know that other councils are raising this same issue. And it is something that's been discussed at a sort of water sector level as well. So, yeah, but you do have that 5-year phase out period, and there are a range of tools and mechanisms that you can use. And it would probably be something that you would task your board that you put in place in your chief executive also to particularly look at and come back to you with options.
Deputy Mayor Schooler.
Thank you, Mayor Mahe, and thank you for the earlier discussion. We are hearing that we are voting to create a larger organisation, an organisation that's going to be fit for purpose and more efficient and more sustainable, and delivering more benefits to more people. And that's all very good, and it's what we're wanting for Tauranga and the region going forward. But we are in creating a big organisation for waters. We are also making our own Tauranga City Council smaller. And I am really concerned, I remain concerned about the costs of that and who wears those costs and how we wear those costs. So in bullet point or clause 9, we talk about 9 to 10 million of residual costs in TCC. We talk about 24% of council overheads, and I think they're the allocated costs, which are about 80 something million. So that's about 17 million. We know that we're going to have some spare room in our building potentially that needs to be found. The cost needs to be allocated somewhere. So I guess my question, and as Craig's not here, my question to Marty is, number one, how are you planning to do that right sizing of our organisation? And are you confident that we're not going to have increased rates in Tauranga City Council because of this, because we are taking a quarter of the organisation away? Are you going to be able to do that in time so that we're not going to have additional rates increases because of this in Tauranga City Council?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, there's a few questions there, which I'll try and work my way through. So, subject to a decision today to establish the CCO, we'll initiate a project which looks at what's left within the organisation and what resources are needed to support that as far as corporate support is concerned. That'll need to align with obviously the start date of the Waters organisation, which also dovetails into the long-term plan process as well. So all of those things will have to come together. And of course, on top of that, we may have rates capping that we need to deal with as well. So it's quite a significant project to understand and reshape and resize the organisation to cater for what's left. So.
And so the last question is, are you confident that it's not going to mean that the people of Tauranga are paying additional rates because of this in the next 1 to 3 years?
Well, that'll be our goal. That's the challenge. So, I can't say with confidence that that's going to be achieved at this point in time, but that's certainly our goal. And if rates capping is introduced, well, then we won't have any choice.
Councillor Kura. Oh, sorry, Councillor Crowther.
You could ask it if you want. About I don't know, 18 hours ago, I didn't have a finance question, which would have been a rarity, but I do now, based on some communications from the finance team, which raised some significant questions for me. So they've said that, how can I put this to you? That there's, at the moment, we have a tentative figure of about the 20 million of stranded overheads, and that's going to go to about 23 million if we go down the direction of our draft annual plan. And so, so then we're sort of saying that of those, there's going to be a chunk of them, currently 9 to 10 million, but going to 11 to 12, which are sort of truly more stranded. And then of those, half of those again will be, quote, managed out in the first year. So you end up with a quarter. So that's okay. But then when we've got sent a number of spreadsheets, and it'll be pretty boring for the Western Bay councillors who haven't seen them, but in there it talks about the 2.9 million from, quote, water reform requirements, including separate governance and leadership arrangements and additional reporting requirements. That seemed like a totally separate issue, but it's now been informed and the initial response that it was part of that 9 to 10 million. But I'm just really struggling with how that is stranded overheads for TCC that will comprise the part of the 9 to 10 or 11 to 12, wherever we end up. It seems like that's completely separate. That's actually solely from setting up a water CCO. And I'm struggling to understand how those, and it doesn't add up. If I go to the spreadsheets, it doesn't make sense to me that 2.9 is somehow embedded in all those numbers in the 9 to 10 million. And I wonder if you can somehow, without the finance team, I guess, clarify that.
Can we maybe park that? I'm just talking to Catherine, seeing if she can hook into the meeting remotely to answer the question, because I'm not able to answer the finance question. So what she's saying. So could we park that one, and if there's any other non-finance questions, and see if she can join the meeting?
I think it's isn't that in the 8.5 that?
No, that's what I established. So it's not in the 8.5, it's in the 9 to 10, which is now the 11 to 12. But the question is, how come it is? Why is it not a separate cost to set, like the establishment costs to me? Like it reads like, for all the world, like establishment costs, because it's setting up separate governance, not a separate government, separate leadership arrangements and so forth. And to me, that would be precisely for establishing a CCO. Otherwise, we wouldn't be incurring those costs, I would have thought, but I'm happy to stand corrected if finance can explain it.
Just trying to get her on the phone and I'll put her next to the mic on speaker. Just give me a minute. Can you hear us, Catherine?
I can. Can you hear me?
Yes. Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Right. So the stranded overhead, if you remember the table, which I did send on the email last night, that's the primary take. Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. You're good. Keep going.
So on the email I sent to you last night, there was a table of all the allocated costs and the ones that would be stranded. I'm sorry, I'm just listening to myself repeat that. I was going to another room. So if you look at that table, it looked at something like our governance, which is allocated, and said, well, that will remain a stranded cost that we'll have to help manage down. The reason it remains a stranded cost is because the water entity is required to have its own governance. So the water entity will not need two sets of governance. So therefore those costs remain with council and will need to be in some way offset by some other savings. Similar thing happens with the executive, and there will be aspects of our other services that will need to be duplicated. So perhaps some aspects of financial accounting. So that's what we're trying to say, but that 2.9 we talked about is noting that separate governance, a separate ring-fence management structure will be part of your entity, whether you're in-house or in CCO.
Yeah, Catherine, through the chair. My question was that all makes good sense, but how come the 2.9 million, which you've just said is for the separate CCO and is not the stranded overheads, why is that included as part of the stranded overheads?
Because the only reason that those costs can't be shared is that the waters entity needs its own. So if you sort of think from a principle, what we allocate, like a waters entity operating in a council, it has the engineering services sitting within the council, within that activity, but all the kind of business aspects, whether it's finance or HR or comms, sits in a shared service arrangement. And when you go to the new entity, the principle should be, well, either we lift and shift a portion of that shared service because it was for waters anyway, or we continue to offer it as a shared service deal. But you can't lift and shift with a new entity, a new arrangement being set up. And so that's why they are about the same thing. If you didn't have to have separate governance, which I talked about in that 2.9 million, then we could lift and shift an aspect of our current governance costs.
Perhaps I asked the wrong question then, apologies. What exactly is the separate governance and what are the separate leadership arrangements that comprise 3.6 million, of which TCC pays 2.9? Is it, what I'm now thinking is it for a temporary separate governance and temporary leadership arrangements that will be stuck to Tauranga City Council, and that we are not talking about the separate governance of the water CCO, and we're not talking about the leadership arrangements relating to the water CCO? Are we talking about the 26-27 financial year TCC, whatever the governance and leadership arrangements are to get it set up?
You will always have a separate governance in the waters entity. You'll always have a separate executive. And that's what we're trying to identify. It's almost like those are the duplicated costs when you have the two entities. And you can't just shared service it because they're required to have their own on an ongoing basis. So it's not part of your transition.
So just, Catherine, just to try to bring this, so the 3.6, or is it 2.9 or 3? Oh, it's total of 3.6. So that effectively is the additional cost of starting up a Waters CCO. Is that right?
Of having it in place. It's not part of your establishment funding. But
Yeah, sorry, it's a difference. Like, so when we started up, the water service organisation is going to cost $3.6 million more than what we have now because it's in house.
Yes and no. It costs an additional amount, but then what we're also saying is because the legislation for waters and the regulations require you to have some of these things in place, even if you had it in-house, you will be required to spend more than you currently are. Because the new waters reform requires different things to happen that councils don't currently do. You'll require that additional governance, that ring-fence management structure, and that sort of slightly independent operation, even if you're in-house. So yes, it's part of setting up a new water organisation, but some of it will happen to you anyway, even if you stayed in-house.
I mean, in case it's helpful, I mean, I think the biggest challenge for what we've got provided with is that we see numbers like a total of 0.9 million for democracy governance only. And so trying to piece together those two numbers doesn't sort of make much sense. It'd be really helpful, whatever happens today, just to get really clear to the Deputy Mayor's point in her email like this. I think it's really confusing to not see how the numbers tie in because they're completely different numbers. And we're sort of operating on a bit of faith that that'll all come together in the end, I think.
Any further questions? Oh, sorry, Councillor Baker, yes.
Hi, tēnā tātou. Excuse me, just picking up on point 71 and I'll wait for, you're good? Yeah, picking up on point 71 and the comments you made around tangata whenua. Really wanting to understand the extent to which that principle of that is referenced in 71 applies. Does that also include appropriately recognising and addressing cross-boundary iwi relationships, and not just the one that we potentially have in front of us, but any future cross-boundary iwi relationships moving forward? Or does that principle just pertain to the iwi within our TCC district? 71, yeah, in our agenda.
My understanding of the resolution that you passed was in respect of tangata whenua that are currently within whose rohi are in Tauranga City Council's area, because it was around the question that tangata whenua raised on effectively not going backwards and continuing to have at least the types of arrangements that are in place and looking for those to be enhanced over time. I think there's a separate question of if other councils join, what the arrangements are with tangata whenua for the Waters organisation. And in the stock take we did in the work streams, we did say that that's a piece of work that would need to be done as part of the work program going forward about what does all that look like. So, but I think that's different from this resolution, which was trying to directly respond to the issues that tangata whenua raised at the Armitage and in the hui that they had with that, you had the iwi chairs meet directly with elected members. That's what this one was about.
That's good clarity. Thank you.
Any further questions? Okay, if there's no further questions, I'm happy to move the resolution as stated. Councillor Roseboom will second. So we are going to we are going to use our normal 5-minute limit. And I'm happy to talk today around supporting this resolution. You know, why do I support it? Well, we made a decision in August last year, and that was after quite a significant process to get to that point. The decision was dependent on due diligence. We've gone through a thorough due diligence process, and I thank again the team and the staff that worked hard on that. We have come to agreement, as I said before, on most of those 47 points that we needed to work through and agree on. And you know, ultimately, to the same as what some of Councillor Joyce and Councillor Alvin have said, this is the best outcome for our people. Ultimately, it's going to cost the least over the longer term. Yes, there is going to be some changes and some costs early on, but when you look at the full program, and you know, it's going to be the best outcome for you know, the people and how much they pay, while also delivering a more efficient system. As I said, you know, a shared network is certainly more efficient than both parties doing our own thing. So you know, there's a lot of good things, and you know, the other part of it is being able to work collaboratively with Western Bay, and I think there's a huge opportunity here as we go forward and as we go through reorganisation, that we should be more aligned. We should be doing more together. I would advocate right now, as you know, Western Bay look to replace their CE, that would be a great opportunity to do what New Plymouth have done and come together, so that we go together and do an LTP together next year. If you know, if we are going to solve a lot of the issues we have and you know, deliver for the benefit of our ratepayers, I think that would be a very logical step. But we'll take small steps and we'll do one thing at a time. And I think waters is a significant part of both our businesses, and is a very good place to start. But I'd very much be prepared to go all in and look at you know, more opportunities as we go forward. But very supportive of this. Thank you again for everyone that's done that hard work, because we have got to a place which, you know, there's nothing that's come up that said this is a deal breaker. We don't need to use the off ramp. In my mind, this is the time to use the off ramp if you want to. But I just don't think there's anything that has said to me that we should change our path and jump off the cliff, as some people have said. Councillor Rosebone.
Thank you, Mayor. I reserve my right just to speak last.
Who else would like to speak to this? Councillor Baker, he got in first, while Councillor Schuller was being slow.
Hi, Mauri Ore Te Whare. Firstly, I'd like to acknowledge the karakia and the welcome that we had this morning. It's really nice to be looking at different faces and chambers for the day. No, well, I love you fellas, I do. I've really enjoyed this morning. Enjoyed your guys' conversation. So thank you for having us in your house, and I look forward to being able to do this off the table more often. Yeah, you guys took ages, and I said that, but there was really beautiful nuances to what you all had to say, so it made it really enlightening to listen to. And some of the highlights from your kōrero today for me were TCC are dysfunctional. We dribble in, we dribble out. Herb getting growled by Margaret because he got stitched up by the other two. TCC and good faith can't exist in the same sentence. The whole Big Brother narrative, Cap Gun, you know, show some good faith, and our conduct is unpalatable. I really enjoyed hearing those things. That was great. But more importantly, I think behind that, what that says to me, and it speaks to kind of my earlier point, is that there's real value in us spending time away from the table, getting to know each other as people, because this is one of many things that we're going to continue to talk about and discuss moving forward as councils, and not just us here today, but councils into the future. And whenever one happens. So yeah, thank you for having us in your whare, and it was great to hear you all this morning. It's been a big journey, and I too want to acknowledge Martin. He was going so red when you were all complimenting him. It was great. But you've been awesome, Martin. So have you, Mayor Denia, and generally support the recommendations as they are, acknowledging that it is what's best for all our people now and into the future. But I do have a proposed amendment to D at the end, and I'm happy to speak to that if there is a seconder. And I shared that this morning, I think. Do I need to say it? Oh, you don't have it. That's all right. I will bring that up. So the amendment that I would like to bring to the table at the end of the current the proposed amendment D, it's got in where are we? Subject to appropriate due diligence and council approval, comma, the amendment is including the need to appropriately recognise and address cross-boundary iwi relationships. So if I have a second, I'm happy to speak to that.
I'm happy to second it.
Oh, did I not send you that? Shall I send it to you?
Yes, if you send it to me, that's the wrong one. That's the one from.
Oh.
That one's the one. If you send it to me.
She's Caroline. So I've got 4 seconders. That's great.
So Councillor Crowther has seconded that. So would like to speak to that.
Yeah, I don't want to labour on it too long. And hearing the conversation today from Western Bay, general sentiments around our table, we're all sort of asking the same thing. And what this proposes in my mind to address is the elephant in the room before the elephant becomes an elephant. That doesn't make sense, but I think you know what I'm trying to say. Both councils have generally seen the value in tangata whenua, mana whenua representation. We certainly felt that around the working group table, and there are still live concerns present. And so what I'm hoping to, I guess, achieve here is that the way that our resolution reads anyway is that there's potential for any council to join us at any point in time in the future, that whatever raru are going on between iwi, we as elected members have visibility over that stuff early, so it doesn't get to an Armitage type hui. And if there's a way for us or those iwi groups to navigate those conversations prior to anything formal happening at an elected members level, then that happens. And staff or whoever the powers that be enable those discussions to occur. But this for me is more of a process thing that needs to be embedded rather into the due diligence process, and something that's considered, moving forward effectively. Just makes sense considering everything that we've been through to this point, to learn from the mistakes from the past.
Councillor Crowther.
Just briefly, I've sort of made it clear all along that I think if we're doing a waters company, that it'd be good to be open to other partners. I think this just clarifies that in writing to send signals if we need to do that. Like Councillor Sol, I can count to 10, which is probably not any great claim to fame, but I think we all can, so we know where this is going to end up. But I think that it's really a key issue as to the most efficient outcomes, all the stuff that we've heard. I think we will get greater benefits by actually being open to various other collaborations.
Sorry, I just had a clarification from maybe Christine. So if we agree to start the waters organisation, then a decision to add another council would go through the joint committee?
It would possibly have a discussion there, but the
decision would be made at council. But would they discuss it and give a recommendation, or?
I think we did. Charles will remember, but I think it sits as part of their roles and responsibilities. But in saying that, you haven't actually set the joint committee up, so we're intending that would come to Tauranga City Council's 21st of April council meeting and Western Bay's 23rd of April council meeting, where you would establish the terms of reference of the committee, and that's when you pass the formal resolutions as to its role and scope. But Charles might want to cover what's been discussed through the joint working group to date on this matter.
It would require an amendment to the shareholders agreement and the constitution. That is one of the matters that's reserved for unanimous approval of the shareholders, and something as major as adding a shareholder probably requires public consultation as well. So it's not going to happen quickly. What would be the answer? There's a whole steps to jump through, but I agree with Christine that primarily it would be dealt with. All the grunt work would be done at the joint committee level, with the final decision reserved for the shareholders.
Thank you. Yeah, I guess where I was going with that is, yeah, my personal view is I'm not sure we need to add that because it would be dealt through the Water Services Organisation, but that's just my personal view. I don't disagree with the sentiment, but I think we'll pick it up through other work streams. Is there any other discussion on this? Yeah, Councillor Roseburn.
Thank you, Mayor. No, I'm going to agree with your sentiment around we don't need this here. We'll pick it up in the joint committee, potentially the board's constitution, statement of expectation. It'll be picked up elsewhere. I think it's better to be dealt with, or we set up the organisation in such a way that it becomes the responsibility of the new board and the chief executive to ensure that they fully recognise all the iwi and tangata whenua that the organisation will cover, and the process by which they engage with them, that needs to be done by the waters entity, because they're the ones that are controlling the resource consents and where all the pipes go. So I like the intent, but I think we need to put it right permanently and fix it into the waters entity. So that'll be part of the role of the joint committee. And if we are successful today in signing off on our new waters organisation, we will then turn our minds to what we jointly want in the terms of reference for the joint committee and what their roles and responsibilities will be while we go through the establishment phase. So I think we can all put it in there, and then respective mayors will appoint whoever they want on that joint committee to ensure that this is done. I've already had a conversation with the iwi and tangata whenua that were on the joint working group around how we're going to establish this roadmap for engagement if this organisation is successful in being stood up. I don't think it's up to us as elected members to tell them how to engage. It's up to us to give them the opportunity to tell us how they want to be engaged with. They need to feed into us about how they want this to work. So I think it's better to be done through the joint committee and the waters entity.
Councillor Rollison.
Thank you, Mayor Mahi. Comment and a question for the mover. The word address cross-boundary area relationships feels like a big challenge. Addressing cross-boundary area relationships is for iwi. That's just my view, and listening to some of the earlier conversation around writing letters to ministers and stuff. In my opinion, the cross-boundary area, yes, we can midi them, so sort of connect them and try and but my view remains that the iwi relationships are between the iwi, and those that have been around long enough know they're long standing. And if we think a water organisation is going to address cross-boundary iwi relationships, hallelujah. But I don't think that it's going to work. And I know I know what the intent is there, but I'm wondering if we are putting ourselves in a place that addresses may be interpreted as resolving. So I'm just wanting to be sure. So I guess it's a question for the mover on that. Given what I've said, is that going to put us in a position that we aren't going to be able to address cross-boundary iwi relationships?
Aye, good part. I wasn't prepared for a follow-up. No, just kidding. Yeah, I hear what you're saying. I mean, I hear what you're saying, and that says solve. I'm not asking for us to solve, but what was missed early on, and circling back to the whole Armitage chat, is that we didn't do the right thing because it's not a part of our BAU. That dictated that good iwi relationships and engagement and considering those cross-boundary issues didn't factor in establishing this thing. And so by having it in black and white as a part of standing alongside due diligence gives it the weighting that it requires to ensure that iwi can facilitate and do their thing themselves, and that we acknowledge that. It's about acknowledging the relationship of the relationship, in my view. But if the word address is too strong, I'm happy to kind of change that. That's fine. And if we just need to recognize that, yeah. And I don't know, we might not even need to facilitate, just get rid of an address. Yeah, but I take your point.
Councillor Schuler.
Yeah, thanks for that reply, Hautapu. We want to set this ourselves up for success, and I'm concerned that that word, and again, it's an interpretation, but it's just, we could be setting ourselves up to fail because we may not be able to fully address those issues, and they have been around for a long time. And while I certainly agree, same as Councillor Roseboom and the Mayor have said in the sentiment, and also potentially that it's redundant because it will be addressed or acknowledged in somewhere else in the agreements. I'm just concerned that, one, we're doubling up, and two, we may not be able to follow through on that. So as it is at the moment, I respectfully not support.
I think to that point, just quickly, I mean, we've heard, but I haven't yet seen on paper where we're committing to making that process a reality. And this, to me, at our first most opportune moment to do that, we should take that if we're serious on it and not just leave it up to chance, because we've heard when we've just trusted process and allowed us to be guided by staff, and the same with Western Bay, it's not really got to the most ideal and optimal outcome. And if we get to that same place and it ends up being a duplication, then that's a great duplication to have. But this just secures that part of that being a process that we recognize, value, and implement. I'm comfortable in removing address and can see how that could be interpreted that way too. So if the second is comfortable with taking and address away and just keeping recognized, and I'm kids by. Yeah. Yeah, just take away and address.
Oh, sorry. That's carried with Roseboom and Drysdale against, everyone else in favour. So that is carried and now becomes part of the substantive. So anyone else like to speak to the substantive? Yep, Councillor Schuler.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just hoping my machine is not out. I suppose I want to speak on this from a big picture perspective, something that's real in the ward of Bethlehem, which I happen to have the baton for at the moment. And it relates to the end of Carmichael Road. And there's one Ngāti Kahu land on one side of the road, and down the end on there's some other residential property there that are still on septic tanks. And I have a letter in front of me, if the computer works, from the then Mayor of Tauranga stating, and I will read this, sanitary sewage design for the residential properties is currently underway, and the installation of the sanitary sewer reticulation is also programmed for the beep beep financial year. Any guess what financial year that was? Anyone in the room? Huh? 2010. That's how we got back on side. 2010. Now, I suppose they're still on septic tanks, and 100 metres away, running right past them, is the main wastewater line from Mokoroa that we can't access. Now, there'll be a bunch of reasons for that, but even when it came up in 2010, it wasn't new then, it had already been a long-standing issue. And so I suppose one of the things, and for a bunch of reasons, it can be hard for council to deliver on their promises. I used to coach in rugby in Japan, had a South African lock. We were doing lining up the fence, and he said, Herb, you try and shoot 2 rabbits, you get no rabbits. And sometimes that's what happens when we've got, and for all good reason, we have competing priorities. What I'm really excited about this new opportunity that's in front of us, and fully support some of the points that have been made, is that I'm absolutely sure that if we had a waters organisation around in that time, we would have looked at the whole picture, and lovely Bethlehem would have already had good sanitary sewage, not worried about what it's going to be like when it rains. So can't make any change to where we are now on that right now, and respect that. But I've, right from the start, thought about this from that broader regional perspective. It was in the minister's letter to us way back in May last year, about we need to think about this regionally. And it's easy for us both as councils to think about our residents, and we have to, and our ratepayers, but there is a broader regional benefit that will come. And I also want to quickly thank the staff, the work they've put in, both council staff, to help us come to make our decisions and to get here today. I'm really, really grateful for. But yeah, that's just a little message. 2010, the Mayor of Tauranga promising his people that they'll deliver. I certainly look forward to a waters organisation being able to benefit everyone in this region.
Councillor Crowther.
Yeah, thank you. And yeah, I'd echo Councillor Schuller's comments about staff. Thank you to all of the staff from both councils, to Councillor Rosenblum and Mayor James and Shad Hakupa for their chairing of the respective entities. And I think it was a really interesting process going through that working group. And I will, for the last time, reiterate, I wish that had been public, because I think the public would have seen how good it was. I think it's a real shame we don't make hui like that public. I will comment again on the cross-boundary issues, which I understand the Mayor has said is not impacting the waters entity. You heard my view before, but I still hear the word leverage quite a lot, and not just on the other side of the table, on our side too. And so I believe that TCC's gun is still pointed somewhere in the direction across the corridor. However, I think that the point is the government's got a bigger gun, and they've got a bazooka that they pointed to our heads last August. And that was when Councillor Morris got a bit gun shy and performed a beautiful Fosbury flop, and we ended up here today. And I think personally the government was bluffing then, and I think the government's bluffing now. And that if they take our regional deal, I'm still in the position of, well, that's not as important as has been said around this waters entity. So I would like to think we look at the waters entity and take away all the threats, the central government threats that to me are completely unwarranted if they are a democratic institution. And I don't think you would get support from coalition partners to that. But that's certainly the way that the national minister is threatening us. And the recent letter today, which we received just before going to a meeting, which is downright, direct threat, that, to me, that's just not a way to run a government, and it's not a way to operate and collaborate with councils. So, it makes me sort of think, what's the point of even having councils? So to me, there is a clear agenda. Councillor Daly outlined it. And it is, you can call it what you want. I call it the neoliberal model, the professional managerial class sort of gaining more centralized control over key monopoly public infrastructure. And all its pros, and there are pros there, and all its cons. And it's all dressed up really nicely. We've got efficiency, we've got financial sustainability. Yeah, sustainability, I love that. And all the key decisions will go to councils. And so it all sounds like, what can the problem be? But tangata whenua actually understand this better than anyone. And they understand it's about control. And as always, the losers in this will be our poorest and our most vulnerable residents. And that is the sad part of this. And I know that we've heard that kicking the can down the road and delays and all these kind of things, oh, you don't want to do that. But to me, we have to lift this up a whole level and say, we need to look, if we're going to do it, let's do it in a way that we're more inclusive. And I'm not just talking about Thames Coromandel, I'm talking about the Bay of Plenty councils. And I will take the comments from one of us last year, which was to be more humble in our approach at Tauranga City Council, and to look at how we can actually work better together across our region. Because my view is that while I have to look after the best interests of Tauranga residents and ratepayers, it's not just about a selfish attitude to that. We have to look at what's best for our region as well. And if we can't, as the biggest city, take a more holistic approach and an approach that tries to get the best outcomes for Opotiki just as much as for ourselves, then I think we've failed, because the whole point of these water reforms supposedly is that we're rescuing the struggling smaller councils. That's the argument in favour of them. We'll be fine. Tauranga would be fine either way. But so for me, the proposed amendment on the other side actually has a lot of merit, because delaying the start date would help us address the boundary issues, and it would help sort out the whole government situation once and for all, and would also sort out where we stand on Thames Coromandel. And we could actually, instead of having split votes, we could actually possibly get a win-win-win, and everyone pulling together in the same direction. But that obviously isn't going to happen now, because, as I said, I can count to 10. But for me, one of the absolute stoppers of me voting in favour of this, apart from all those other reasons, is stormwater. And that I agree with the Parliamentary Commissioner for the Environment, Simon Upton. I agree with many mayors and councillors who voted against including stormwater, with many New Zealand council staff who put solid recommendations based on evidence not to include stormwater. And I cannot vote for something like this where our most vulnerable residents will be hit harder. Low-income people will be hit harder than wealthy. That's bad governance. So I propose an amendment to change the date, the startup date, as I think Councillor Daly's point was, you just need to change one number on the whole resolution, and that is to have the start date as 1 July 2028, not 1 July 2027. And I truly think that would be something that the people of Tauranga could buy into. And that—
Sorry, we'll just wait. Have we got a seconder before we speak to that? Councillor Curran.
So I won't say much more, but I just say that this is, for me, something about putting in place good governance. It's not about all these cliches about kicking cans and things. I don't care a stuff about that. For me, it's about what is the best outcome for Tauranga, what is the best outcome for Bay of Plenty, and what is the best outcome for New Zealand. And if the central government are not going to sort of grow up and do this in a good way, where they actually encourage local democracy to decide that, then we need to be the grown-ups in the room. We need to go out, re-engage with our communities. As you heard from tangata whenua, they are appreciative of the engagement, but as Hakopa said, it's not the process that they would favour. They would favour us going out to communities. You heard it straight from them this morning. And that's what I think I would support too. I'm fully supportive of that. And he said it's not the ideal process. I agree. So we need to actually take the time, and we're not saying no. We're not saying we're going to stuff it up. We're not going to get the minister coming in an election year and doing anything. So it just comes down to what people around this table are prepared to do to get a better outcome.
Right, is there any other speakers? Councillor Curran.
It's great to be here, and with our neighbours, we don't see you enough. But in terms of the amendment, and I appreciate, across the room, this was tried and failed. But I seconded it because I have a concern too, and Councillor Crowther touched on that. And that was the stormwater issue, and that's why I pitched the question to our staff there around the degree of certainty that this can be resolved, and I didn't hear back that there is a high degree of certainty. It's like fingers crossed. And so for me to proceed, it's around those lower income properties. I definitely prefer a rating system that is progressive and doesn't hit those who can least afford it, hit those hardest. So I think with that privilege of a bit of extra time to also resolve some other issues that are obvious here that need resolving, what's the rush? I would prefer that we resolve some of those issues, had certainty around that rating issue, and then move forward on a more solid basis. And so that's my support here. I'm unsure where this would lead to if my fellow councillors either side decided to support this. But yeah, I'm willing to find out.
Any other speakers on the amendment? I don't support this. I think, we are kicking the can down the road. We've seen the modelling. We can save our people money. Let's save them money as quickly as possible. We've still got time. We can bring in the other Bay councils if they're willing. Unfortunately, at the moment, they're not. So, you can't force anyone to do this. TCDC are willing. We have a resolution already on the table that we're willing to work with them. And like if Western Bay decided that they also were prepared to do that, and they've gone some way to do that today, then we can bring them in and they can be part of the organisation when we start next year. So, look, I think we've still got 15 months till we stand up this organisation. There's a lot of time. We've already spent 15 months talking about this, and in 4 months we resolved a huge amount with the working group. So this is just delaying and delaying a good outcome for our people. So let's get on and give people certainty and actually deliver something that is going to be good for everyone that lives in our district. So now I'm going to put the amendment to the floor, and that is changing the start date to the 1st of July 2028 from the 1st of July 2027. All those in favour, please raise your hands. So we've got Rolleston, Crowther, Baker and Kurak. Those against? That's the rest. That's failed. So we go back to the substantive. Does anyone else want to speak to the substantive? Councillor Taylor.
Thank you, Mayor. I would like to start just by thanking the group again. I think that was a revelation, I think, in this process, the work that was done and the coordination of that group, and it's come from a number of places saying it was a positive experience. So really a good outcome from that side of it. I take a little bit of the words of Deputy Mayor Benj about the Murray Benj, sorry. This is a big decision. 1989, I think you're saying it's the biggest one since then, and I tend to agree. I am going to make my decision today based on looking into the future, not 2 years, not 3 years, not really looking at the numbers that we're discussing today. I'm looking at what it's going to be in 5, 10, 15, 20, 30 years. I also look at where Tauranga City is positioned. We have a really great waters team. We've had a great waters team for a number of years, a couple of decades at least. So we're in a really good position to offer assistance to New Zealand Inc. and the other councils in our region to lead the way and to actually make sure that this thing is a success. I think the way our combined staff have put together this proposal and worked through the due diligence has been a revelation as well, and it probably gives me solace that when we get into this and we actually do the real detail work, we've got the right people on our side to do this. So very supportive. My second point, probably again looking into the future, it's pretty obvious to me that as our councillors get smaller and we have less to do, we will be merging. We will be one region. We will be one council. I think we're over endowed with governance in our region. And I think if you look at regional, you look at Tauranga City, you look at Western Bay, it doesn't take too much of a genius to think 5, 6, 7 years in the future, we'll be a much smaller group. And I think we'll be more efficient. So that's the basis of my support today. And it's not about the next 2 years.
Deputy Mayor.
Thanks, Mayor Mahe. And, you know, you have those lucky days. And I think one of my lucky days was when I was in the Mayor's office and we were talking about who was going to be on the working group for waters. And not only I didn't put my own hand up, but nobody put mine up either. So my thanks to those who have had to do a whole lot of work on that one. And of course, the staff and the councillors who have supported that work and reviewed the papers and done that mahi for everybody. We heard this morning from our speakers that a really clear, holistic, ambitious intention that we deliver water services with a focus on health and well-being of both people and the environment. We also heard that we need to do that in a partnership with a partnership approach. And those are things that I hope all of us are taking away today in terms of how we pull this together. I'm seeing support for this from our team here. I also take away, and I think it was a word I used earlier, that we all need to be humble about this, because I want to be a party to a regional water services organisation, and we need to think about the words that have been shared from the other side of the table in terms of perhaps us, the big brother approach. I actually always take a sister approach, and I can tell the story as the third sister. I bought my family, my other sisters and myself T-shirts a few years ago, and the first one said, "I'm the older sister, I set the rules." My next sister said, "I'm the middle sister, the rules are because of me." And my one says, "I'm the third sister, I don't need the rules." So I think we all need to think about whether, you know, where we sit. But I think this is part of a sensible amalgamation of a part of what we do as councils. We are creating a bigger organisation that we're told is going to be more efficient, that we need to make sure is more efficient. We need to be able to deliver better services for our people in the long term. And I believe that making sure we've got strong governance around the table and setting up this entity together, we have the ability to do that. It also means, from what remains in council that I've already shared with our CEO, it also says we have to take on an ambitious role, and the executive here today as well, that we need to make significant changes ourselves. We need to be fit for purpose. We need to work out how we make sure we're not increasing the rates for our people with the organisation that is outside of waters. I am disappointed that central government chose to write us 2 letters yesterday or this morning. We get told often to stay in our lane. I reckon that message should be both ways. But in terms of going forward, I think there's been a lot of work done. There's been a lot of analysis. We've got a lot of work still to go. I would have supported the change at the time, except I think if we extend it, we'll just end up with more costs, and I definitely don't want to see more costs. But I think my big message and the support of this resolution is that we need to make sure we are setting up an organisation that delivers water services with a focus on the health and well-being of both people and the environment. And I support the resolution as it stands.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Councillor Rolleston.
Turn on for you. I was going to just pass, but now I've got 5 minutes. And now I know
to use it all.
I know why we had double karakia this morning. We needed them. Thank you, yeah, the thoughts, thanks have gone around, and earlier on, all those thoughts, thanks for Martin, you were just about up for a bloody gong from on the wards, but well done. The leader, the team, I put my hand up to get on the Waters group, but wasn't good enough, so it just gives you an idea.
That's the caliber.
Yeah, the caliber. So as I dribbled in every now and again.
Don't say dribbled.
Sorry. Sorry. Look, it's been a tough journey and a good journey. And, you know, I'll put my hand up and say across a number of these debates and discussions, I've been against them and been real clear. I don't really intend to relitigate why today, but giving a classic example, the Tangata Whenua group on stormwater, their reason for supporting stormwater is why, whichever type of water it is. But I had similar views as Councillor Crowther around affordability, and removing that ability to charge on value of land was disadvantage to Māori. Disadvantage to those with lower value properties, and it goes without saying that most of the lower value properties are owned by Māori, and there was a fear that they would increase. So I was prepared to have a contra view to what the iwi had, and that's, to me, democracy. And I'm a Māori ward councillor. I'm not a Tangata Whenua councillor, although it's widely known that I am whakapapa to them all. But also I'm here elected on behalf of the whole community to make decisions for all of the community. So that's what I'm basing my decisions on today. And my notes are gone, Steve. Did you do that? Give me your notes, sir. I had some great notes because I was looking at Graham, and he had those sheets of paper. I was really impressed. I was really impressed.
We've learned something already.
Yeah. So that must be a sign to keep it short. And I look across to our, probably the biggest thing that has challenged me all along is that we went through this process and we were using casting votes all the way along. And I think it's widely known we had 2 meetings to get to a casting vote, right? So let's, and so I wasn't, I know we can watch your videos online, but I was going to, whatever we call them, the tuakana, the brother, the cousin up the road, was not really wanting to be in with us, and we were looking at each other sideways. And today, even seeing the, not reiterating the comments, but seeing split votes again is saying, hey, there's a lot of things that we're not certain of. If we're going to go together, he waka eke no, we've got to go together as one. And so, as I said, I've been on the other side of most of the votes. I know we've got some challenges in front of us. I'm actually really heartened by how we worked with Tangata Whenua, and if we use that as a template, I think we're in a really good space. I'm a little concerned that our possible other brothers gone. I don't know whether we scared them, but perhaps they needed to get back. But if we bring that in, but today's not about that one. Today's not about that one, but there's a template that's in front of us. I don't like ministers' interventions. I don't like letters telling us what we should or shouldn't do. The mana sits and stands with us. And the reason why I guess, probably if you followed my voting throughout this process, I've got to the point where we've got to make some decisions. We've got to get on with it. If we're sitting here today again split, we're going to have some challenges bigger than they are today. Good faith is a word that's been used and possibly being bandied around. My last 2 things: good faith, good deal. Well, only the future will tell us. And as I think Rodney and Graham talked around, mokopuna decisions are sitting in front of us today. If we're going to move this today and get on with it, we can't be looking sideways at each other. It's all about relationships. And that's something that I bring to the table, and I think that's what's probably moved me in terms of where I'm going to land today going forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rolleston. Councillor Morris.
Hey, thank you, Mayor Mahi. And can I just say what a privilege it is to be here? I was going to say this morning, but it's this afternoon now. And I'm reflecting back on the motion I moved that we have joint meetings with our cousins at the Western Bay of Plenty District, and I'm enjoying the fruits of that today. I think we should do this more often. Because it's blooming good. I've heard from across the table with our friends over there, I've heard some moments that were damn near inspirational. Some good quotes coming out from some fantastic sources. And thinking of quotes, I'm reminded of former Mayor Gary Webber, short in stature, but tall and strong in principle. And some say that if you listen very carefully, maybe if you go behind one of those green partitions at the back there, you can still hear his voice echoing. I can hear it. Bring your brains and not your boundaries, he would always say, particularly at smart growth meetings. And that would irk a few people on both sides of the fence, whether it be a Western Bay or Tauranga City or Tangata Whenua or even regional council as well. But I think there's some wisdom in what he was saying there. And I think we would be wise to reflect on it. That being said, the decision today is obviously about waters, nothing else. And for me, what it comes down to is our people out there. And whilst we as a collective, we have the privilege, and it is an immense privilege, to be able to breathe the rarefied air of a council chamber or a committee room or a Teams call or a late night session with Martin, who I think is being invested as a Sir Martin Roseboom shortly, given all the praise, but well deserved too. Thank you, Martin, for what you've done for on behalf of all of us. Our people out there don't have that privilege to breathe that rarefied air, and they don't get to talk about ownership or governance or structure or cross-boundary issues or cross-council issues or cross-iwi issues. My personal view is what's important to them is what does it all cost at the end of the day. We can argue up, down, backwards and sideways as to whether ACCO, an independent governing board, another senior leadership team is going to deliver value from an operational perspective. I think that the jury is out there, and if this motion passes, which I think it will, we need to be right on them with some very strong KPIs. So we need to deliver value for our people. So the jury's still out on that. But what I think is undisputable is because of how the game is rigged around the debt to revenue ratio. We cannot go forward any longer. Every time we've got to put in a new pipe, and we've got to put in a lot of them, we can't have to jack up the rates every time, the water rates every time, and keep hitting our people. And so for me, that's the whole ball game. The CCO, because of the way the game is played and structured, is more affordable for our people. And as they're out there right now, you can hear the cars going up and down Cameron Road. People are thinking about how the hell am I going to fill up my car next week? Okay, we don't want them having to think about how the heck am I going to turn the tap on? That's what it's all about for me at the end of the day. And because of the way the game is played, this is the way to deliver value for our people and a more affordable water service. We know that costs are going to increase anyway, again, due to government regulation. This is the more affordable route. On stormwater, I have considerable sympathy with my colleagues and their concerns around that. Thankfully, we have some 5 years to get to the bottom of that situation, and I'm hoping that we'll do it in an equitable way. So I do, after all of that, support the motion, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Councillor Carrick.
Thank you, councillor Morris. And
I should have
yeah.
waited till after you.
Why?
Well, you might disagree with me.
Well, vice versa. I think the key is, to me, that affordability, and it's also addressed, as Councillor Morris said, around that ability to use debt more than operational expenditure, which is really hits hard at a time when we've got cost of living issues. Moving forward, that could change in terms of moving some of that onto, all hats to say, future generations, but that's where debt does shift that burden. But at this stage, our people have been hit considerably hard, and it's not just the current fuel crisis, it's just been post-COVID. So that's an important aspect that I consider in approving this. The other issues around, as I raised before in my question to CJ, around that stormwater, I'm fairly confident that can be addressed in terms of central government actually moving what's currently in place to allow for that, because it just seems fair and reasonable. And so I would expect, and also this new water entity, to act in a fair and reasonable manner and take into account what the message we deliver to that entity in terms of the outcomes that we want them to focus on. In terms of my experience, and we sort of mentioned that word wisdom, I'm not sure who used that. I think Hemi, you did. A good word. And over the, and someone else mentioned a couple of, Rod, you mentioned a couple of decades that we've been investing quite heavily into water, and I think your dad was involved with one of those decisions, a big one around water metering. And we know, at the time people are opposed, but boy, that delivered big savings to the water users in terms of pushing out some huge investment into infrastructure. So, when you think about wisdom, and I've been here for a couple of decades, not consistently, but over that period of time. And what I've always had, when bids for budget items every year came from our waters team, we just ticked it off because we all had trust and confidence that those recommendations were solid. And from the experience and wisdom of that team, that served the city well. But moving forward, a lot of those people, and that's both Western Bay and TCC, are reaching retirement age. And I can imagine, it's essential for good decision-making moving forward, that some of that wisdom potentially could be introduced into the boards to provide some good advice. And some of these boards might also work with other entities to provide good, solid decision-making and recommendations. And also it can grow. This entity here could potentially join us in the Airway, the Waikato councils there. But I think in terms of the immediate thing with us working together, we cross a lot. We've woven in this community together, both TCC into Western Bay and Western Bay into TCC, where there's a real fabric there that we need to actually really appreciate and build on. And so moving forward, this is probably one of the early decisions, but I imagine we will move closer because logic would require that. And in terms of scale, we have, the benefits that scale provides, and this is one area that it's proven, the work's been done, it will provide a higher value to our ratepayers. It just makes sense to me using my grey matter rather than my gut, because earlier on my gut was where probably Hemi was for a while there. But and it's proven now, isn't it? Because they say the microbiome and your grey matter actually is interlinked. Yeah. So at this point though, my grey matter is taking over for my microbiome.
Thank you very much, Councillor Currick. Right, so everyone has spoken, so I'm going to give the last words to Councillor Roseboom, who's reserved his right and has been a big part of this. So Councillor Roseboom, bring it
Thank you
home.
very much, Mayor. First of all, I'm going to open up by thanking everyone for their very kind words today. I was given a task. It's not finished. We've still got a long way to go. I've looked at it from the point of view that today has pretty much got us to the start line. And if we agree today to set up the organisation, the real heavy lifting starts. Statement of expectations, constitutions, our respective council transfer agreements, the board of directors and how we select it, who does that, the joint committee, who does that, who's going to be on it, and the work program that's in front of them, the massive list of parked items that we've got that need to be dealt with, the tangata whenua iwi issues and relationship issues that need to be dealt with. We've got to get all this right, as has been said today, to set this waters entity up to be successful. We've got an opportunity. We've got a lot of decisions still to make in front of us, an opportunity to do something that is in the best interests of our combined people, Western Bay and TCC. I've said for a long time that councils are predominantly infrastructure entities. Our primary function is infrastructure, pipes, roads. That's what we do. And a lot of social good stuff, playgrounds, sports fields, courts. But their primary role is to make sure that our people all have running water, can flush a toilet, and the stormwater is directed away from their homes. We don't always get the latter part right, but that's got a lot to do with the cost of actually achieving that. So if we stay focused on the infrastructure, and to Councillor Ray's point about maybe some people may be disadvantaged, I disagree with that. A well-directed work program and a highly skilled board, they'll prioritise spending to achieve what I hope this organisation will achieve, cost-effective outcomes for individual households. My primary role is to focus on cost per household connection and ensuring that it is as cheap as we can possibly make it. If the board stays, if we set it up in such a way that the board stays focused on that, we'll have a waters entity that is focused on cost per connection. And that's what will be driving. What are you sending me? That comes from Bethlehem, and he can join the queue. The waters entity's work program will be decided by the board. We will give them a statement of expectations of what we expect them to achieve over the coming years, and they will do their best to deliver on that. So start lobbying, councillor. But where we go and what we've done up to this point has just got us to a start, as I've said, and we need to be very clear on the outcome that we're trying to achieve. So our first, as I've already said this afternoon, our first goal, if we're successful today, is to set up our joint committee with the terms of reference that achieves an outcome that we're both happy with. Round to potentially the CE and his KPIs, the board, their selection criteria and their KPIs, the reporting program. And remember, this is going to be a company basically that's going to be inundated with regulation between following the Local Government Act and engaging with iwi, to the Waters Act, to the Waters Bills, to the making sure they provide clean water to people, the Companies Act and what that applies to the board. And we still are not exactly clear that when the legislation enacts, it's going to be handed over to the Commerce Commission that's going to be in charge of regulating and supervising this entity. So they're going to have very little wriggle room for running out on their own. They're going to be regulated to buggery, and hopefully that will keep them focused on my personal core role as cost per connection. So I'm speaking in full support of this, and I hope going forward that we can work collaboratively together to achieve an outcome that works for the best interests of the people of our region. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Roseboom. So to wrap up, we've heard a lot of different discussion today. I think probably two sides to a game of two halves, as you'd like to say. And, you know, but ultimately, while there was a lot of discussion and probably a little bit of intrepidation from the Western Bay side, I think what we've heard is a lot of outreach and araha from from the TCC side. So I thank my colleagues for that. I think this is a big decision, and this is possibly the biggest decision any of us will make as councillors. It's around about 30% of our business. So, you know, it is a significant decision, and you know, there's certainly going to be some intrepidation, and it'll only be in hindsight that we'll be able to be judged to say, is this the right or the wrong decision to make? And it's up to the people around this table to come together and work together to ensure that it is the right decision for both our people. What I have heard from both sides of the table, I think we are united in we all want the best outcome for our communities, for our people, and we share those words, our people. So, you know, that is where we can be united, and you know, the challenge and I guess the opportunity I see here is we can do better for our people, and how we can do better for our people is to be in this sort of environment, working together closer on a lot more things. So, you know, that is the opportunity, and I would advocate to my Western Bay colleagues to, you know, let's be bold and let's be brave, and let's think about our people and how we can deliver best for them as we make decisions going forward. I'm very confident that we'll get a good result here. I think what we have showed over the last few months is that we can work together. We are very aligned, and ultimately, you know, we've agreed on I think 46 of the 47 points, you know, unanimously at both council meetings. So, you know, there's a few little tweaks in there, but that's a pretty good outcome from 4 months' work. You know, now we've as Martin suggested, we're now hitting the start line as long as we join you and agree to this resolution, and there's a lot more work ahead. But I'm very confident if we're prepared to work together and deliver for our people, then we will get a very good outcome for all of us. So I do just want to share, which I think is fitting. I can't find the, oh, there we go. So a little quote around, if it's going to work. No, I'll finish because I think it is very fitting, and hopefully, so this is about local government. In local government, you are asked to do the impossible by the ungrateful and judged in hindsight by the ill-informed. So there's a challenge around what some of the challenges that we face in local government. But thank you everyone for your discussion today. I think we've had a lot of good decision, and now I'm happy to put to council the resolution that we have up on the board. I'm not going to read it, but I will summarise. And we're receiving the report, and we're approving the establishment of a multi-council waters organisation with the Western Bay of Plenty District Council, with a proposed go-live date of 1st of July 2027, and being open to working with other councils that may consider joining a multi-council organisation in future. So I now ask all those in favour of that resolution. Aye, and please raise your hand. Those against? Councillor Crowther against. That is carried. So in light of partnership, I now ask you all to raise your water glasses and say cheers and congratulations, and look forward to working with Western Bay in the future. I don't actually know. Yeah. All right. So we are gonna continue on with the meeting, but that ends the public section of both meetings today. So I would ask that I have a mover and seconder to go into publicly excluded from TCC. Deputy Mayor, Councillor Roseboom, thank you. All in favour of going to publicly excluded? Those against? We're in publicly excluded and we will allow Western Bay to. Yeah, I will, sorry, just move that we allow Western Bay District Council and appropriate staff to stay in our publicly excluded session. Can I have a mover and seconder for that? Yep, Deputy Mayor and Councillor Kurak, all those in favour? Those against? That is carried, thank you. So we are now in publicly excluded with Western Bay and appropriate staff from. Yep. We'll just wait for the live stream. No, we'll do it first. If that's right. Yeah. Hopefully it's not a. No, some just a guy I met at the cricket actually. Emailed from Claire on Friday. Yeah, we're very we should adjourn after this. So I think just to make sure that you guys.
Yeah. Yeah. So I think so. You do yours.
We'll do this, then we'll go back into. And then we'll adjourn. And we'll go into public excluded. And then you can wrap up your meeting.
The only late items are.
Oh, and public excluded. Yeah. Okay. So maybe you two. And then we'll wrap up.
It's a
we can't. All right, welcome back, everyone. So we are in publicly excluded. We may have let the cat out of the bag already, but we what? Okay. Right. So what we're considering now is Local Water's done well, the appointment of an establishment chief executive. Yeah, both councils have had an opportunity to meet Kevin yesterday, and I think can probably speak on behalf of my council. We probably came away, reasonably satisfied. So thank you again to the team that did a great job to go through the process and understand we've got a lot of 40 applications and then obviously a fairly good candidate at the end. So I do want to move as quickly as we can. So I'm happy to take the report as read and open the floor straight away to if there's any questions of clarification. Is anything that people may want to ask? Councillor Rolleston.
Through you, Mayor, and I'm not sure, I did note that Hakopa was on the panel for that, and he was here. I did ask him to remain behind, that I would ask whether we could give him leave to be part of this, because I think it would be useful to get that view. So I'm not sure what I need to do. I need to. Oh, he's here.
Well, I'll move. I'm happy to move that Hakopa can stay through publicly excluded. Have I got a seconder, Councillor Rolleston? All those in favour? Aye. Those against? That's carried. Thank you, and thank you for your work as part of the panel. Okay, so have we got any other questions of clarification? we're just from our side at the moment. All right, if we've got no questions of clarification, yeah, sorry.
I don't have the report in front of me.
Sorry, it was emailed from Claire on Friday last week.
From Claire?
Yeah.
Yeah, I've got one from Claire, but I saw the, if I click on the Western Bay attachment, there's no content.
It's local waters done well. It's on Friday. Agenda for 2nd of April is the subject.
That one.
Oh, to be fair, I didn't find it even until last night. Okay. Because they didn't know. Yeah. So we've solved that, hopefully.
Yes.
All right. Is there any questions on the report? There's no questions. Councillor Roseburn, would you like to move this being part of the panel?
I'm happy to move this in.
Well, I got a seconder. The recommendation is receiving the report, approving the appointment of Kevin Lavery as Water Services Established Chief Executive for 2 years, and noting that he'll be under a contractor arrangement and delegates the finalisation and execution of a contract arrangements to the Chief Executive of Tauranga City Council. Notes the contract will be co-signed with Western Bay District Council, proposed shareholder, and that the resolutions can be transferred into the open after the meeting, and that the attachments, which is Kevin's CV, will remain publicly excluded. So that is what we're being asked to consider today. Have I got a seconder for that? Yep, Councillor Taylor, thank you. Would you like to speak, Councillor Roseburn?
Yeah, I'd just like to say that to echo your words there, Mayor, that was quite a robust process. We're very fortunate with the calibre of candidates that we received. I'd like to thank Miriam and Mayor Denia Hakua for our efforts on the panel. It was a very arduous day, lots of questions, lots of debates, and a short follow-up half-hour meeting to clarify a few points before we got to this point. I was looking for a lot of skill sets, and I knew I wasn't going to get it in any one person. I got very, very close. What we're doing here, what we're asking our CEO Chief is not to come in and take over an organisation. We're asking him to come in and stand up an organisation. So he's got a huge establishment process to do, a workforce to establish, a work program to establish, potentially working with other councils along the way. This person's going to have his hands full. He's going to be a very busy chief executive for the first 2 years, and he's only there for 2 years with the option. But he's got a lot to do, and we're expecting him to do all this to ensure that the entity is in a position for success. So I think in Kevin, we've found the person that we need to achieve this as an outcome, and I look forward to working with him in the next 2 years to ensure that this Waters organisation is set up in such a way that will be successful and it works exclusively to the benefit of our people.
Okay, any other speakers? I'd just like to say, yeah, I was pretty impressed by Kevin. I think the fact that he's come from EOI and just gone through exactly the same process will stand us in good stead to learn those lessons. He's either very good at research or he talks the right language. Certainly had a lot of good points when we met with him yesterday and spoke very much to some of the key challenges, I guess, of this organisation, and taking elected members along the journey and being open to doing that all in public. He's come from a council kind of background, so he's been in that public service and understands what that looks like. So I definitely think that he's very well set up for the job, and will set the organisation up for success, and that will be for the benefit of both council's people. So yeah, very happy to support this as well. There's no more discussion. Happy to put the resolution. Ask all those in favour. Those against? That is carried. Thank you. So what I'm just going to do now is I'm not going to quite close the meeting, just in case Western Bay have a different resolution. We need to sort something out. But what I will do is ask for a mover and seconder to go back into the public. Councillor Taylor, Deputy Mayor, all those in favour? Those against? All right, we're back in public. We will adjourn the meeting and we will hand over to Mayor Denyer.
Thank you, Mayor Drysdale, and I reconvene the Western Bay Council meeting in public, and I will seek a mover and seconder to move into public excluded, and also to allow Tauranga City Council members and appropriate staff and Hakopa to remain for item 11.1. And I will also just mention that we have a late item that we need to discuss in confidential. So at that point, I'll ask TCC members to perhaps move to the Councillors' Lounge and we'll join you in a few minutes after that, hopefully. So with that, I'll ask for a mover and a seconder for those. Councillor Sol, Councillor Coxhead, all in favour, please say aye. Against? Carried. So item 11.1 on page 6 of the confidential agenda. I think we've probably said most of what needs to be said, but I would just mention that it was a robust process and with some exceptional candidates. And I'm very happy to recommend Kevin Lavery to this to be the establishment CE. I think hopefully the meeting we had yesterday was provided comfort or greater comfort to our elected members. Were there any questions at this point? Councillor Alvin.
Not any reflection on the quality of the candidate. I just have a couple of questions really arising from the report. The 2-year term that's referred to in there, I take it that 2-year term is exclusive of any contracting period. So it's from when he starts, because it looks like he's going to do a contracting period before he's employed as a CEO. I take it that 2-year term is inclusive of those two. And secondly, he's a bit of an unusual beast being a CEO of a company that doesn't exist. So I'm interested in things like formulating of his KPIs and all that sort of thing. And they talked about sign off with the TCC chief executive, but I was interested whether that was to form or how we were going to sit down and work out some of those KPIs and issues like that.
Thank you, Councillor. I think I'll go to either Adele or CJ on this one.
Through the mayor, so a lot of those matters have been covered in the contract. He requested to be covered as a contractor rather than a permanent employee. And so because of the arrangements that we've got in terms of the administrative agent being Tauranga City Council, who've been initially employed by Tauranga City Council, we're expecting then once now we've had the audit establishment being approved today, once we do go through the constitution and appoint the board, then his contract will novate to the new water organisation. In terms of KPIs, in those types of matters, I mean, you would normally expect the board to do that. We're obviously looking at some time, bringing Kevin up to speed with, all things water matters related, and putting in place a program of sort of induction for him. And we would expect once we've, in next month, as we establish the joint committee, that they would be involved in setting some of those expectations with him in the short term before the board's appointed.
So sorry, when's this commencement date?
13th of April.
Yeah. So, I mean, we're not likely to have a board by then, though, really are.
No,
That's
so
the issue about
so on the 23rd of April, we're putting up a paper to recommend proceeding with the board recruitment.
Just the other point I'd add as well, TCC is the administrative agent, and that's the employer-employee relationship. The contract makes it clear that accountability for delivery and performance is to both the chief executives jointly. One organisation needs to be the employer, but the accountability is to two, which is the same way that Smart Growth works with people like Craig in the strategic advisor role. It's to both councils.
So sorry, just following up, I had the understanding he was a contractor. So.
Yeah, sorry, the contract will be to TCC, so
Yeah,
I shouldn't
okay.
use the word employer. So the contract is with the Tauranga City Council, so it's our legal contract, because you need to have one person or one organisation that's responsible that will pay the bills, but it's in the administrative agent role. It's similar as how we do smart growth, and it's very clear in that contract that the accountability is jointly to the two chief executives, and that there will be an accountability line to the joint committee until such time as the board's in place, and then accountability will be to the board, and we're providing in the contract that the contract will be able to be novated from Tauranga City Council to the water organisation once it's established. So we're just managing that transition.
Sorry, through me, I didn't have any real issue about the administrative function. I was trying to get to the point of saying, what rules are we going to be operating on before we get to the board and how we decide them? Or is he just going to please himself because he's going to be employed from April? There's probably a couple of months. I mean, that's the issue that I wanted to just address. Okay, who's telling him what to do, and what are the rules attached to that? That's all.
Through the mayor, so there is a job description that has been prepared for the role as part of the establishment. But yes, we do expect that we'll put together a plan and come back to council.
Thanks.
Councillor Coxhead.
I better be quick because it looks like Henry's ready to go. I just have a question around the process of the non-decision making committee and who was selected and why to be on the panel for interviewing for the CEO, and how many candidates there were, and sort of what did it get narrowed down to?
Thank you, Councillor Coxhead. The process was outlined in the JWG paper of the 22nd of December. The panel was agreed between the chairs of the working group. So that was me and Martin, and then Miriam was representing staff, and Ravine, that's what Ravine was the independent panel member, as well as Harcourt, of course. So that was what was agreed, and then I don't recall the number of applicants we had. I think it was about 50, wasn't it? And then it was we interviewed 4 of them. Yes. So.
Sorry. So just to clarify, it was you, Martin,
Harcourt, Miriam,
Ravine. And who's Ravine?
He was the CE of Watercare.
So, the mayor, he was brought in as an independent water expert to assist with the panel decision, with the understanding how water organisations work as well.
Okay. Councillor Daly.
In meeting with Kevin yesterday, I did manage to slip in a few questions, which I was very happy with. But one of the comments that he made was that he would like to be involved in the director selection process because he wanted directors he could work with. So, bearing in mind that we're delegating this responsibility to the joint committee with no decision-making powers, I'm just wondering how that would work. Would we appoint him to the joint committee for that purpose or for that discussion? Or
I'm not sure that's really relevant to it. The decision we're making now is to employ him or not.
I know, but I'm just asking this question because
well, maybe we can do it at a different time.
He was, yeah, okay.
Yeah, I think we've got to focus on what we need to do.
And would the cost allocation for the contract be on a net asset basis?
I don't know the answer to that.
Through the mayor, so the arrangements are up until establishment. We'd agreed through the commitment agreement at the 70/30, and then from point of now go live, which is very exciting, it will be based on the net asset basis.
Is the beer cold, Adele?
Okay, are there any other questions? Councillor Joyce.
In speaking to the prospective CEO yesterday, he said he wanted to work very closely with the councils. So what's the planned reporting rhythm to council? Because I mean, we've already, frankly, this council was excluded from any discussion of the recruitment process. So we need to be reasonably sure that it's not going to be stitched up at the top of the table.
Through the mayor. So we're happy to now work out how we're best going to work with him. And I think, Kevin's also got some very good understanding about how councils work, and he committed to some of those discussions yesterday as well. So we'll put in place some arrangements in the next couple of weeks and advisor and work with you on that.
Councillor Coxon, did you have another question?
I'm interested in what his contract rate is. Total package.
I'm just checking through the music. That you're comfortable if I discuss this matter? In terms of
I think so, as long as we can assure confidentiality, which hasn't been entirely faithful today. So as long as you do all observe that confidentiality.
So as we indicated in the paper, we actually went through strategic pay to do a review of the size and scale and the complexity of the role. So that provided us with a range in which we knew was available to the role. We also considered the remuneration of the chief executives, in the district as well, and came up with an agreement with the chairs around where we might sit with that remuneration when we started to do the consideration. So where we landed was within that range. The agreed rate is $420,000 maximum per year. And as I've mentioned, he's being charged as a contractor. And so we're managing that contract on the basis of a daily rate and capping him out at 215 days. To get to a maximum of 420,000. So, and he'll be able to manage, that time and that cost on that basis.
Deep, really, isn't he? That's quite reasonable. Yeah,
I think it's a very good deal.
Yeah, it is.
Okay. Any other questions? No. In which case, I'll move. I'll seek a mover and seconder for the 7 recommendations. Councillor Elvin, Deputy Mayor, willing to move and second. Any debate on this one? Councillor Ray.
Thank you, Chair. I'll be really quick. I just wanted to make a brief comment around the process too. I don't necessarily agree with how we arrived at this place. Firstly, from having 51 applicants down to today, we've only got one option. And it's not to criticise anybody who made that decision, because I know that I'm personally probably not the right person to be looking at who's best in charge of this organisation. But it's a matter of high significance. The leader of this organisation is critical to its success, and I just would have liked to have been somewhat in the loop about the entire process. And given that we weren't, just wanted to say that. I have mentioned it twice already around our council table, but I did read this man's profile, and I will not be voting against his appointment. So yeah, all I can say is it's going to be a challenge for him, and hopefully he's got it all under control.
Thank you, Councillor Ray. I had some other hands up. Councillor Joyce.
I was the last one to put my hand up. I'd just like to echo what Councillor Ray said. We're now told this decision was made from a joint working group agenda of a group that doesn't make decisions. So that doesn't make any sense to me. We're told that the panel was pretty much self-appointed. That doesn't make any sense to me. We're told that the salary has been agreed by people that don't have delegated authority to do that. I'm not upset with the outcome. Like Councillor Ray, I think from what little I know, and having just met the person, he seems like he's got the depth of knowledge and the expertise to do this very well. But if you're wondering why there's a lack of trust, it's because too much of this stuff is being done by groups and people that don't have delegated authority to do so. And yes, we've got another matter coming up on the agenda.
And it's the same again. So we need a change in approach that is more inclusive of the council and more involving. That doesn't mean to say we have to have an interview by 40 odd people. No, we can't do that. But we do need formal lines of delegation for these matters. And too often we're told it's being decided from the mayor's office, and that has to change.
Now, I will respond to that. It is a mayor's prerogative to appoint working groups and panels. That is perfectly acceptable and standard practice. Okay. Formal committees, again, set up by the mayor, might be approved by council, but informal working groups and panels, absolutely standard that it's done by the mayor.
Can you point to the place in the delegations list that gives you that power, please?
I'm not going to try and litigate that now.
Well, I'd like an answer in writing, please.
Deputy Mayor.
I'm speaking to the motion. And I want to say that I wished that I could have supported Councillor Crowther when you asked for it to be in public, the forums. And I agreed with you wholeheartedly. And I think today we've seen that it might be the mayor's right to actually have a delegated authority, but it's a teamwork that makes things happen. And so I agree that we didn't win, and I wished I could have voted with you. Just wanted to say that. And today we've all reached the same agreement. And from here on in, it has to be an open book. And nobody should be left in any doubt as to what we are doing. And so you'll take a lot of heat out of the process if you keep us all well informed. And so I think that's the number one issue that I want to say. I was so impressed. And it bugs me that we didn't know the process for employing this man. But meeting him yesterday, I couldn't agree that you couldn't have done better. And I was so impressed with him. He has the ability and the experience to actually walk this talk, to make the road smoother for us as we transition. But please, please keep an open book. Make sure that we're all involved and that we listened when we're talking Councillor Crowther and Councillor Rick Courik. And yes, you're being rude. And so with that,
point of order, they're members of the audience at the moment, so they can talk amongst themselves if they wish.
He's public. He's public. So anyway, I'm delighted.
Thank you. Councillor Daly.
Look, I also was very impressed after meeting Kevin yesterday. Just hearing that he was from EOI was also a factor without even meeting him after a site visit to Raglan Wastewater Treatment Plant a few weeks ago, where we looked at one of the outputs of their work, although it was really Waikato Water Care, I guess, but they've become involved in that process. So, and yesterday I don't know how much detail you guys delved into, but he talked about a goal, going in with a goal of 2.5% annual savings, which he thinks he can achieve. If any of you, I circulate to my councillors Hamilton City Council agenda, which is being done today, which includes their first submission to the EOI water services strategy, and I would recommend that you get hold of that, because it's a really a great document on terms of how a professional water organisation works and how they report back to council, and also talks about the projected cost savings and a commitment to affordability for the ratepayers. So I think that's a really good foot to start on when we hear news of Wellington Water and their projected cost increases from day one. So quite a different approach. Yeah. So that was a factor in my decision making on our recommendation.
We're talking about the hiring of the CE.
Yeah, I'm nearly finished. So that was a factor in me making it a 6-4 vote instead of a 5-5 vote.
Councillor Daly.
No, I'm nearly finished.
I'm speaking, therefore you'll be quiet. We are talking about the hiring of the CE, not relitigating decisions why you made a decision about CCO. Okay, so please keep to that topic.
Okay. I really, in terms of the concerns that were raised about the recruitment process, I really don't want to be coming back and having a discussion about director appointment process now that we've just done this for the CEO. But other than that, I'm fully in favour of this appointment. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Dowling. Any other speakers for this one? No, so it's been moved by Councillor Elvin, it's been seconded by the Deputy Mayor Murray Benge. I'll put the motion. All in favour, please say aye. Against, that's carried. So
I'll just adjourn. If you just adjourn and then we'll finish off.
Okay.